Hello and welcome to week 4 of the EAL season 6. I'm Dom B, finally back. Been off for a couple of weeks, but we're back again to cast the EAL, which is very exciting. And really exciting, I'm joined this time by Casual Cutie on my left. Hello,
Oh
how
my
are
god,
we?
I'm back. It's so nostalgic.
She's
Oh my lord. Back in the year. Oh, I've been on some ventures. I've been busy. I've been real
Mm.
busy. Otherwise, I'd have been casting every day. Well, not every day, every weekend. But you know how it is. But yeah, I'm ready to get back stuck in with the EAL season 6. God, it's good to be back. It's good to be in the casting booth again with you, Dom.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, no, it is very good to be back. Some things have changed. A few
Mhm.
more teams, a few teams you might not recognise, but some things haven't changed. For certain, we've got a lot of remaining faces you might be very
Mhm.
familiar with.
I'm gonna be like
Might
that meme where
actually,
it's like, oh my god, it's Pills. It's Joseph.
it's
Oh my
Pills.
god.
You must Q. No
Ricketts
way.
back! Oh wow!
Ricketts back. Yeah, never left. I think Rickett was probably just sitting there, just scaling, waiting for season 6. Um, So yeah, and I mean this first game, in fact, I believe Lost Nation versus Pacinometrus is one of those cases of a returning face in Lost Nation,
Mhm.
going up against Pacinometrus. Lost Nation on the blue side, I believe Pacinometrus on the red.
Indeed.
I mean, in Lost Nation so far, doing very very well for themselves. I believe 5-1 in the standings, top of their table. And yeah, pretty much kind of unchanged from the previous seasons. Clearly, that sort of experience as a team working together has very much paid off for them.
And I mean, as much as we'd like to see new bloods in the league, right? I personally think it's good to go back to the classics, like classic players, classic casters even. I think it's really good to get them on sometimes. I think I think in terms
Do
of
you
the
think they do quite
casters,
well?
I'm joking of course, But
Okay.
yeah, it is nice to see some familiar faces at the top of the table. As far as I'm aware, we do have some different teams I'm not so familiar with. Uh,
Hmm.
Actually, I was going to say it in our second game. Second game, we got Only Pills and CTR. Those two names I'm very familiar with
That's
as
going to be
well.
an absolute banger, by
But
the way. 5-1, but both at the top of
oh,
the standings. Yeah.
oh,
Oh,
ready for that one?
that
Ready for
one is
that
the one
one?
I'm most excited for. I'm not gonna. Well, I'm excited for all of the games, obviously, but
Yeah.
that one definitely is. That looks to be an absolute banger.
Hmm.
Um,
But in
and
Visa,
yeah.
I don't
Hmm.
recognize Ras and Tilly and the boys. That's some names I
Hmm.
recognize once again.
That's the range I recognize. Yeah.
God, that's like, so back. Just bring me back, man. Bring me back to the CTR Miracle Run. It was gonna happen. It almost happened.
Well, the thing
But
is, actually, I mean, I strongly believe, and I was going to bring this up when we did
mhm.
get to the CTR game, but may as well do it now. I mean, from how they've been playing and how many wins they've picked up, it feels it's like they've just taken that miracle run and just sort of run it straight into season 6. I
Mhm.
mean,
Better than into the
um,
ground, like we did
yeah,
on like
exactly,
you
much
did on
better than.
cast. So
Yeah, exactly. They've taken it, they've run with it very well, and they're doing very very well for themselves. But yeah, a big test up against Only Pils in that second game.
Mhm.
For the time being, for this first one, yeah, Lost Nation versus Pacinometrus. Pacinometrus doing pretty well for themselves as well. I do believe they have swapped out Crazy Carry for Katuin for this one,
Mhm.
for this week. I do believe. Who is I was just well obviously kind of scoping them out a little bit of a new player, bit more of a kind of a support actual kind of player in general this
Mhm.
season, but has been spamming that Kaiser as of late. Also a big misfortune player, so I'm expecting those to come out from them. Whereas on the other side, obviously it's West Lost Nation, so um, I'm expecting like a Swain Seraphine bot lane.
Mhm. Mhm. I mean, who could forget? Who forget the absolute antics that? Oh, God,
Hmm.
you can't let me talk. I'll just be I'll be like flooded with nostalgia over and over again. It was really funny actually.
Hmm.
I took a brief stint doing some coaching with with another orc. Did some
Hmm.
production with them, so we don't talk about it. They were a little bit screwed me over a little bit. We won't talk about it. No drama on the stream. But I remember it was really funny because I got and
It's not tea, it's coffee. That's a shame.
thank you. No, I remember seeing in esports in Division 3 at the end. I was like, wow, wait, is this the same? I don't know if it was the same in the one, and obviously they're not competing this time, but it was really funny to see some of the names. It's good to see some players like sticking with the game, right? Sticking with the league.
Hmm.
Uh, Obviously it's Ricket in game one, so it's going to be interesting. That's going to be a name I
Yes.
recognize, but yeah,
Yeah, of course. I
I'm
mean,
interested to see
Rickett.
new faces as well.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's kind of exciting, fresh blood to become. We'll have our own Ricket, like new Rickets.
Wow,
Um,
that's. I mean, there's no. I miss the old Ricket, but what can I say? No. As
hey,
you
no,
can see,
Ricket's still there. It's just more of them.
more of them. That's actually terrifying. Well, I mean, actually, no, it wasn't because we had everyone change their profile picture to Ricket's face anyway for quite a while, right? So more Rickets. That's actually something I'm very, very familiar with. So we're just waiting on a lobby invite. Whoever's in charge of doing that, if you're watching the stream, please drop me an
Yes.
invite. It's my username. You can see it on stream right here, just below my face. But yeah, we're just waiting on the lobby to get set up before we head into this first match. Let's talk a little bit about the meta, because I've been watching
Sure.
far too much League of Legends, right? I know it's
Yeah, no,
obviously
same.
behind.
Uh-huh.
I've been watching League 6 out of 7 nights, which is doing profound things for my mental health. Positive or negative,
Lovely.
yet to see.
I love it.
But
It'll be negative.
look, man, I've had to
I'm gonna
watch
make
these
a
LCS
prediction.
teams play. I've had to watch EU LCS, which, by the way, most important match in EU LEC at the moment. Who gives a toss about this whole Vitality gonna bomb out or not thing? Here for the EAL.
I think it's hilarious.
But if there's one thing I've known, it's that Nico is very, very strong. Obviously, it depends on meta, right? Other stuff as well. Mid lane's been pretty wacky in general, right? And I do think it was PEL, who are once again no longer playing. I'm bringing up on me, but PEL. I remember the official Twitter account released a guide on this Kai'Sa build.
Yes, I remember
What
this.
happened. And I remember I commented on it saying,
You said, they're not going to get Q upgrade.
Dog shit. They're not going to get Q upgrade. You should never play League of Legends ever again. And then I blocked them on Twitter after they made... Nah, obviously I apologize afterwards. I didn't say it was a piece of shit. But it's interesting to see these sort of builds pop up, right? I'm so excited to see what's going to go down in the mid lane. Even in the AD carry role, right? Could see similar sort of wildness, but... We are now getting into long time.
Hopefully, yeah.
It's ages.
Yeah, sorry. Well, yeah. Hopefully, we will get into that chance like soon. Yeah, no, it has been interesting. I think in a way the bot lane or mid lane, the mid lane wackiness has definitely bled into bot lane. I think you see it a lot. We saw it last time with the AP Kai'Sa, where some people, I remember Danny picking it up from EG, way back when, where they're like, well, we can go AP Kai'Sa mid, but we're kind of vulnerable. Well, why don't we just put it in the bot lane? Seen the same thing with Berserker picking up Zeri, AP Zeri in the bot lane as well. The other thing. And then actually, I think a decent number of our players in general just kind of play a lot of Kai'Sa, so I'm expecting to kind of see that because it's just kind of a popular pick here and in general. And then the other thing that I did kind of notice when having a look at some of the kind of players on the teams that are going to be playing today and what they've been recently playing, there's a decent amount of Rel spam, which is obviously, that's another kind of champion I think you have to watch out for with those changes. Really, really kind of strong. Just a ton more kind of CC and just kind of a better, well-rounded champion. I think.
The double flex as well, right? Flexing into jungle.
Oh god, I haven't actually seen that yet. But I've seen clips of the clear speed.
The first clear I've heard is very good, and then after that, it's very sad.
After that, it's got to fall off shortly. Yeah,
it's fine.
But then I suppose you're basically kind of committing to having a second support in the jungle, right? Similar to what you did with Nautilus.
Speaking of second supports, there is one more champion I want to touch on. Did get nerfed on this patch. Still disgusting. Ivern. Obviously a pentaflex, in my opinion. Quad flex if you're not brave enough. Not Ivern EDC, I'm not sure it's great. But going that on-hit build with the days with the PTA, going for that Rylai's Rush. Put out disgusting amounts of shields, disgusting amounts of damage as well, utility. I'd like to see one of these two teams pick it up. Of course, if they look to go for it. And of course, this isn't LEC level, right? Unfortunately, as much as we'd love to be, the AL... a little bit below that, so we'll probably see people get back to their comfort picks or whatever.
For sure.
We're just going to be heading into draft very shortly. Just give me a second. So fill time for 30 seconds, Tom. You can do this.
I will try my best. I think I agree. A lot of the times you do just kind of see a decent number, like the first 3 rounds especially, just kind of get filled out by kind of pocket picks or kind of main champions played by the players rather than most meta stuff. So I am kind of expecting that to come through this time around. For example, when you're against Lost Nation, we saw what Ricket could do on the Kayle in the first week. I remember casting that one. That was an absolute dumpster fire of a game. so it's like I'm expecting something like a Kale to just kind of get banned away, because of and then that's, I think what's interesting in that is that does kind of free up a decent number, or I suppose like teams just have to choose, right, as to what they want to ban, because they have this like huge long list of really meta picks, and also just the things that their enemy team is comfortable on, and from that I always just think it's like a dance of, well, what do we actually want to take away?
If I remember anything about the EAL, you don't let comfort picks through. Right, I know it's like whatever, good drafts, the other is important. If I see,
I think there's
anyone, once again, as the rule used to be, champion in the name, ban that champion away, or you're gonna lose the game. Well, it's 3 lines, right? But yeah, honestly, I think at this level, or hell, even when the meta, I think, is fairly open at the moment, right? Even if pros aren't picking that much variety, apart from bot lane, right? Not bot lane, but top lane's fairly open, mid lane's fairly open, jungle can be open if you're willing to pick spicy stuff. So taking away these comfort picks, I think, is really,
all of my
really
games are pretty
important.
open.
But you know what else is open? Draft. We're heading
It's
in.
a draft. Oh, beautiful.
And we swap sides as well.
And we swap sides as well. Brilliant. All right. I will just say, well, on my side of things, I might just have to swap over the stream because I can't see I've got the lobby in the way there of my.
Sorry. Yep. My bad.
As I can, at the very least, see that Zoe has been banned away, which is lovely. There we go. Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, thank God, KL going to get removed on the other side. So I think actually Rickett was just in the chat saying that he managed to play like Kale more times this season than in the past 2. And I think it is a point. We have seen that our kind of more legacy teams, I guess, are doing quite well. I think it will just be because, or in a part, because these kind of new teams coming in, they perhaps think that it's not that much of a problem. They've got ways around these kind of these mains of
you've
some of
got
the
to get smacked around once. It's initiation.
Yeah, exactly. It's the initiation.
There's the Seraphine as well.
There's the Seraphine ban as well. They really know what they're doing. On the other side, Xayah and Gragas, so a couple. Kind of pocket. I'm guessing kind of.
Just very generalist picks, I think. Xayah very ambiguously strong on the patch. Nice picks.
Right.
The one to engage onto you. Right. It's the one where shutting down AD carries. If you can't lock in a Jarvan if they're wait, maybe you can. It's harder to lock in something like a Jarvan. Harder to lock in a Vi as well if that Xayah is up. So taking that away, plus the safety of this Gragas, a very, very utility focused pick, and just chill out the entire time. Maybe wanting to make things a bit more spicy, and another scaling pick off the board for Lost Nation.
Yep, certainly is. Gangplank's just going to get taken away. I mean, and as we were saying before, there was just like a ton of stuff up, right? Really, really kind of strong picks like the Vi, Wukong, Melio, Neeko available that we were talking about before. Nautilus as well. That's going to get slammed immediately as a first pick. As a first pick for Lost Nation, that tells me that actually they are, like, I think mid and jungle Nautilus we are seeing less of. But if you are going to first pick it, I feel like you are threatening that could be
I think they've just slammed their anchor on the table. They know that they can destroy this bot lane of sorry, I forget the name. I keep saying WTF. That's not the correct abbreviation.
Pakana Mattress, I believe.
Thank you very much. Yes, Pakana Mattress. Just feeling that they can absolutely dip this bot lane. Nautilus obviously can play a little bit of disengage, a little bit of instant target CC does stop something like that Zeri coming through. Same thing for the Maokai, so I think it's unlikely we'll see a Zeri this game, but to me this Nautilus pick just says they want to be moving forwards, maybe looking for something like a Draven or something like that Kai'Sa we were talking about before. Good into something like Misfortune as well, if it does get picked up. Something that wants to be staying at ranged ults. You can just dash out of that with your Killer Instinct on Kai'Sa. And there is Aatrox locked in, never mind.
Wow.
No scaling, full aggression. This is exactly what we said Lost Nation wants to do with this Nautilus pick. And they've just slammed their sword and balls on the table as well.
Oh Lord. Okay. Lovely. Yes. Yeah. Thank you for the analogy. So Misfortune picked up by Pakana Mattress. That's I think the most comfortable AD carry that Katamine plays. So it makes sense that one's going in. The Maokai as well. Very kind of meta on the other side. Yeah. Aatrox, Syndra immediately signing their top mid. Sort of saying to Pakana Mattress, what do you want to do now? Because they can only really kind of counterpick one of those two solo lanes, right? They're going to go for the Neeko instead. Not necessarily like a counterpick, but definitely a very, very strong pick on this patch still. So I mean, with the Maokai and the Neeko, quite sort of meta picks so far. You've got a lot of kind of area CC and damage with your ultimates there in the mid jungle. I like that pickup now, and you do also get to potentially ban away. I was going to say some of these ADCs now that you've picked yours up yourself. Lost Nation kind of have completely dropped their ADC priority, and that allows you to ban away something like, in this case, the Ashe. They could go for something else as well. Like
Kai'Sa,
like
please ban away the
yeah.
Kai'Sa. Such a strong pick at the moment, right? Obviously, less flex potential now that you've locked in your mid lane and top lane. I assume, unless it's a Syndra bot lane, stun long range, get him. I think it's unlikely. But with both of those locked in, Kai'Sa ban away it. Rek'Sai is an aggressive jungler that could support these aggressive picks. Malphite taken away by Lost Nation. Don't want to provide that Malphite Misfortune combo. Knock them up, lock them down, absolutely blow them apart. We didn't talk a bit about the Neeko, by the way. I do want to talk a little bit about Neeko. Is still potentially a flex pick. Can go top, can go jungle as well, but probably heading into the mid lane, into that Syndra stun that can match that early game prowess. So it looks to me like Pyconometrics want to match fire with fire here. When you got Misfortune, you got Maokai, you got Neeko. It's not that they're not going to have that much trouble fighting early, right? Obviously, not going to be as strong as the 3 picks from Lost Nation. But if Pyconometrics want to get scrappy with it, they certainly have the tools available.
Yeah, they certainly do.
As there's I'll see if I can find out what that ban was.
Yeah, I was going to. It might just be the Lost Nation lost a ban. I'm not
it's
sure.
LeBlanc.
It was okay. LeBlanc
Which
makes
is
a lot of
interesting
sense
to
with
me
LeBlanc.
because Neeko. This suggests to me that they
Neeko,
believe it's a Neeko jungle or an Amalkai top lane. It's kind of interesting.
We haven't seen a lot of I haven't seen any kind of Neeko jungle. It's one of those things where I think it actually kind of can work. But
they're not going for the Kayn. They're not going for the... Oh my god.
Kayn.
They are psychos. Really Lost Nation want to put on a show. And Tristana as well.
Tristana as well for the bot lane. That's a really explosive bot lane during the Tristana and the Nautilus. She's going to do quite well as well, being able to kind of knock away with the Rakan with the Buster Shot, which is kind of a nice little interaction you got there. But yeah, the Kayn locked in as well. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I mean, it depends. We'll see what the kind of last pick is for Pyconometrics, because Kayn... Yeah, we'll see. As you do now get to kind of pick a potential kind of counter into Aatrox. They were able to ban away the Malphite, which clearly they didn't want to deal with at all. It's going to be the Gwen pickup. So, yeah, a really interesting one. I think that does work decently into Aatrox, I believe. Does give you a ton of AP damage in that top side with a Maokai, Neeko, Gwen. Being able to kind of rush Merc Treads or some sort of MR could be really, really powerful. I mean, the Gwen gives you such kind of side lane and scaling threat. It's a pretty good champ right now.
I do want to point something out with this Gwen pick. I understand if you're Pyconometrics and you don't want to go for a tank here. Tanks have a really miserable time into Aatrox in this top lane, right? Otherwise, I'd say slam that Sion, slam that Ornn.
Yeah.
I can understand if you want to look for something else. But Gwen, you know, what's the most... When I say Gwen, what's the first thing you think?
Snipstone.
No. I'm looking for a 3-word phrase here.
Oh dear, this is too... That's like back at school again.
A certain feature about this champion.
Oh, Gwen is immune.
Gwen is immune, yes.
That should have been obvious.
When is Gwen immune?
When she presses W.
Yes, but more precisely. What about when enemies are in relation to a W? My point is,
I see.
They need to be far away for Gwen to be immune. The enemy team has Nautilus, Aatrox, Syndra, Kayn, Tristana. You're not going to be making very much immune, unless, of course, you can dash away from that Unleashed Power from Syndra, right? But I think Gwen, obviously, is going to give you better side laning as the game goes on. Probably going to be able to outscale Aatrox. I'm just a little bit skeptical if it will be able to perform as well as some other Gwens we've seen. It's very hard to dodge CC abilities when everyone is so short range. It is going to be getting inside that shroud and it is going to be able to beat you up, especially when the teams are playing forwards. Like Gwen does like it when teams play onto her, but likes it also when she can route enemy teams and chase them down with that ghost, with that snip sit, with that dash, right? That's not going to be happening. Any fight Lost Nation take is going to be an absolute brawl. It's going to be a fist fight. Gwen's not going to be able to play it slow. It's going to be quick and it's going to be bloody. So I'm a little bit iffy on the Gwen pick. I do think the rest of Pyconometrics have tools to play against the Lost Nation draft. I feel like I'm talking about Pyconometrics quite a lot because Lost Nation, it's like they are like the club of drafts. They take you over the head and bash you with it. There's not much more to say than that. It's going to be on
Yeah, that is-
Econometrics to be able to hold out against this engage with their tools like the Maokai ult, obviously it's not just the pass, it's SW, Nature's Grasp with, you know, bullet time from Misfortune being able to control space. There is some space control from Econometrics, but they're heavily cooldown reliant, right? Once you use your ult,
yeah, it's
once you use that Pop Blossom, it's going to get a lot
Yeah.
more difficult.
Yeah, it's a lot of reliability on the ultis. I mean, I think you've got a lot of chase down, which I quite like. A lot of kind of movement speed potentially from like a Gwen, Misfortune, Maokai's ulting forwards. Like if Pac-Man matches want to commit to a fight, then they have the tools to do so, right? And Lost Nation will have to kind of turn into it because, yeah, I mean, you've got Rakan dashing forwards, Maokai's ult, Gwen snipping at you and slowing you down as she's sort of ghosted and stuff like that. So yeah, they certainly have that kind of chase down. But on the other side, yeah, I mean, my eyes are mostly on the Kayn, especially just because Kayn obviously wants to just. I think a lot of the times, especially in kind of like more coordinated games, you see Kayn going towards the red Kayn rather than the blue Kayn. But in this case, I don't know how much Red Kayn's going to be able to kind of get done, or how easily, in fact, Red Kayn's going to be able to kind of stack. I think Lost Nation are going to have to do a good job of really kind of pushing for Kayn to be able to like be in these brawls and get that form really early, because there's a chance that he falls quite far behind by just not really getting enough essence to kind of transform early, falls behind, and ends up kind of losing out as a result. So I think there is a lot on Kayn kind of being able to skirmish early.
Yes.
and reach that form pretty quickly.
I say a lot. We'll have to see if the Double Dark Enduro can spice things up on the Rift. I should have just said that the 5 head rushed team, you know, the whole engage coming out from Lost Nation can find the angle, or if Econometrics are going to be able to hold out against the engage and turn the tide of these fights. But that'll be in a couple of minutes. Got spectators delays to wait for. Don't go anywhere for game 1 of the EAL. See you all in a bit. And we are go.
And welcome to game 1 of week 4 of season 6 of the EAL. We've got Lost Nation on the blue side and Pacanometris on that red side. So, first thing that I immediately look at when I see like a Kayn in the game is what's the rune setup, because that usually gives a kind of indication as to what they're going for, right?
I can tell you, it's Conqueror.
In this case,
Tenacity.
Yeah.
And then free roots. You know what I immediately look at in the game? The invade happening on top side here. We see Lost Nation walking up through top river, maybe trying to catch out Tesla on the start. Blind hook, won't find anything. Meanwhile, on the bot side, stacked up here. None the wiser, but look who's
So
maybe
they-
the target. Gwen getting collapsed upon. Will be able to make our way out, I believe. Oh wait, nice read from Chips. Does find Space Jam in a little bit of trouble. Corval misses on the hook, but Space Jam is being collapsed on from the top side. Pincer maneuvered, but no Scuttle Crab for you. However, first blood to play massive. By the way, I do want to point out,
oh,
it is not. It's over
Yeah.
to the bot laner of Lost Nation, not the mid laner of
It
the
is.
first blood. So Syndra Nautilus. That's a lane you don't want to have a kill going into it. If you are the Cider PCN, of course.
no, you really don't. That's already a Syndra that's going that well is obviously still needs to kind of scale up, but you've already just kind of given her 400 gold in order to enable her to do that.
Scale up
as
to
they
Lost
just kind
Chapter,
of
you
come
mean?
back to
God,
lane.
this champion, especially
Well,
in the bot
yeah.
lane, has so much kill potential, right? A lot more than ADCs early, and pairs up so well with that Nautilus stun into stun. Not having a good time,
Yeah.
especially for someone like Rakan. Point and click CC of that Nautilus route, followed up by that Scatter the Weak, means you're one very dead bird.
Certainly does. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it doesn't kind of make it does make sense to me. Play Massive obviously does like playing this slightly kind of weird ADC picks as the Cage already. Oh my word!
So anyway, about that stun into stun combo.
So yeah, Syndra Nautilus is really really scary.
Hold on, we got a gank in the
CC
top side.
stage- Oh my word, no.
Please, it's a slaughter. Oh my lord. Space Jam with the second death of the game. Once again, hard to say it's exactly their fault, but Chips picking up the kill, getting those extra stacks. It's a bit of a
So
slaughter.
I mean, it is already that Gwen not doing well so far. It does look like the Maokai's gonna be able to get a little bit on the other side, steal away the Raptors a little bit of get something back, but yeah, it's really not going well up there on the top side. Chip's already been involved in both of those. As you said, it's the flash forward in mid lane. Just going to get flashed away from Mickett. I mean, that's not too bad. You've got an ADC sort of mid lane splash. You can potentially see if you can kind of abuse that later on. Maybe Nico can go for some sort of E-flash combination once level 6 is hit.
I mean, especially with that Hex Splash, right? Especially with that Hex Splash, just because Tesla is gonna. Yeah, I've heard some guns that say they spell the Hex Splash. Meanwhile, Rickett going in, but the clone is there. The trade is good. Hex
Hex
Splashing
Splash already.
forwards, looking for that route. Didn't get the reset on the jump, but just about to walk out. But the sapling will not yet find its mark. The flash forward, so in the auto will pick up that kill for Edgy Ninja.
Yep, so Edgy Ninja picks that one up in the mid lane. That's really good news for him. As there's a little bit of kind of training there in the top lane. But yeah, I mean, still very Lost Nation favoured. You can already see the gold lead really swinging their favour. Rickett as well. He's going to be able to keep her back to lane, so it doesn't really lose any kind of waves for it. But obviously, that kill going down is always a negative. But yeah, so far things going quite well for Lost Nation. Although, even though I was just having a look at the bot lane as well to see how that was going, because the last time we saw it was so very explosive. But the CS lead is actually fairly solidly in Miss Fortune's favour for the time being, at least. So despite that kind of really, that almost kill onto the Rakan, it's ended up actually sort of stabling a little bit, and things are kind of a little bit more even down there in the bot lane. Well, not completely even, because obviously that first blood went over. But my point being, Pacanometris doing okay as the double lockup comes in.
It says a kill on the top side as well. The hook goes wide from Corwall. Flash forward, so Root comes out. Svali will be able to survive. But meanwhile, Fish Oh, it's Fish! It's never mind. They gave Fish to Aatrox.
Yeah,
never mind. Like, why did I talk about champions that you don't want to give to their players? Fish still on this Aatrox, able to find that solo kill versus the Gwen. Now this is a 0-3 Gwen, but still items were even. So nicely done by this Aatrox. Now that is a player. That is a player who knows their limits perfectly and is not lucky. I'll tell you that much. Doran's shield diff knew that the regeneration from that last fight would keep... No, honestly, very lucky from Fishstall there not to get taken out. But will end up surviving. But Rickert, though, looking once again to play aggressive.
Yeah, and you could see, though, he's struggling a little bit thanks to Neeko's ability to just kind of go invisible the moment he jumps. It does kind of limit his ability to stack those autos in. But still doing pretty well. They're just going to move down towards the Maokai here, who might be in a little bit of trouble. Could be a 3v3 here.
Look for the engage. Hook comes through. The root is there. First kill onto Chips has not yet been found. Rickert drops so low as well. Maokai ticking down to the bomb. The Ignite will pick that up, but one goes back onto Savali in the end. It's a 1-for-1 for the moment. Corval anchor to safety. No way to catch means that Lost Nation will limp away with some low health bars.
Yep, so in the end, I mean, if you're behind, which you are as Pachynometrus right now, I don't think that's actually too bad of a trade. You do get a kill onto your Misfortune, and you just kind of trade it back for one on the other side. Yeah, I mean, that's not too bad at all. Still, once again, kind of, I think Lost Nation are still kind of in the lead, and as I was saying before, I mean, Kayn has already been involved in a lot of this kind of skirmishing. I don't know what kind of essence he's kind of looking at, but I think already 1-0-2, I think will be closest. Play Massive actually has to flash away.
Ignite down. No kill. The scatter the weak. Missed time. The heal coming out. Misplay from Play Massive ends up in their death. Nice done by Svali and Trotomo to find that window when Nautilus was not there. But you have to think if that scatter had landed, Play Massive would be alive with us today.
Yeah, I think a little bit of a misplay on the scout of the week there. So that, again, you know, really kind of good positives right now for Pachynometrus' mid and bot lane. They're doing really well. The problem is you are hemorrhaging the top lane, right? You know, kind of being able to kind of go even on CS at the very least, but the 0-3 Gwen is certainly really going to struggle. It's going to take Gwen a very long time of pretty much kind of just like solo laning somewhere to be able to kind of regain any kind of control. Chips as well, just stealing away that blue buff. I think we'll be able to get away. Oh, hang on.
Was there the entire time. The knock-up, the Pop Blossom is true, but the damage is too much. Rickert picks up that kill on Tesla. Now Edgy Ninja in the 1vs2 scenario, infested by that scythe. Will not end up falling. I didn't even notice Edgy Ninja was there. That's the Neeko difference, maybe.
Neither.
But
that's the Neeko for you.
Doesn't do enough to turn the tide to the battle.
No, it doesn't. Doesn't steal away the Raptors either. I think Chips is just going to be able to eat away from this one. Yeah. Yeah. It's I think I don't know what your thoughts are on Neeko in general, but I see a lot of Pop Blossoms like that look great, and then no one dies. You know, and I'm just sort of like, oh, okay, the Pop Blossom was great, but you lost the fight because there was no real follow-up, because it doesn't kill. And so you do kind of need that follow-up damage, and when the Neeko is there and you're 2v2ing and the Neeko is the damage, then once that Pop Blossom lands, Neeko's just kind of got nothing, and kind of the more kind of sustainy champions like the Kayn, or you know, with the ultimate, with the Conqueror, just able to kind of heal through it.
Not to mention the Tristana with Berserker Boots. That's the ultimate sustained damage champion in these sort of trades with that bomb as well. It's just hard from a numbers perspective to win out on the 2v2s. Neeko does have a lot of early wave, but maybe you should be using Neeko's power does come from being able to push those waves in and defend from those invades, but didn't end up happening that time. Meanwhile, on the top side, there is potentially a dive coming through. Herald has been dropped. The Space Jam looking to take the fight to Chips first. Herald goes down, the gold goes out, and now that's
go back to tower.
It's hard dive, no infest, no Umbral Trespass for Chips. It means nothing further will come of it. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, not much came of that Maokai gank as well, but nice to see both these teams operating on different sides of the map, right? It's not just trades, it's, well, teams looking for things on other sides, and that suggests to me a little bit higher level of macro than something I normally seen from the Div 3 NLC teams, right? No ARAM Fiestas quite yet, even though we're already 9.5 minutes in, but nice try from both teams.
We'll get there. We'll get there, Cash.
I'm sure.
Trust me, they are here. We just gotta wait. No, it is one of those interesting games where the kind of strengths of each team are on completely opposite sides of the map, and it is nice seeing both those teams kind of playing towards those strengths and doing quite well in doing so. as Pac and Demetrius are able to pick up the first Drake. They are kind of down on gold. You can see Kayn 10 minutes in already picked up that the Eclipse as well as the Red Form as the flash forwards.
Nice hook stun comes out, flash away, but Kayn is here to reap. A kill goes over, and the second one sure to follow to Tomo. There is no escape. When the chips are down, Lost Nation come out on top.
That's such a brilliant gank there. Really good flash from Kowal as well. I mean, literally just talking about how the bot lane for Pac and Demetrius at the moment is their strength. The moment, Kayn came back from base with Red Form, with Eclipse, was like, right, guys, I can absolutely just destroy this bot lane. I'm on my way. Turns up, great flash forwards. Immediate kind of shutdown of that bot lane means that now Pac and Demetrius, they've really got nowhere to turn. They've not got anywhere to play towards. And that's going to cost them a huge amount, I think, in the kind of the upcoming sort of transition into the mid game.
I think it's going to cost them
how are they supposed to fight?
At least 4,000 gold, looking at the difference right now.
Well, it already has, yeah, exactly. And it's already cost them a pretty major gold lead, and it's going to continue to kind of cost them to do, when we kind of get towards, I think, sort of second Drake, second Herald as well. I don't see a way that Pac and Demetrius can really fight that. Which is really what their comp wants to do, as Chips is already bullying the bot lane once again.
I mean, if there is any saving grace, Leeds are mismatched, you can still look for something on the spot side, and Gwen can maybe play defense on top lane, but they're looking for something out here. Gwen, the Mythic here for Misfortune. Neeko is here as well. Rooted up, Corwell will be the first fall in the fight, but that's a lot of cooldowns blown. Now it's Rickard and Chips to clean up. Flash away from that bullet time, but they can't find the damage. Rickard will full double knock up those Chips with no trespass means they're forced to run for their own sides. Move speed forwards with that shot, still going to end up stunned up. Chips running for their life, but surely going to be chased down. And that's what Econometrics can do to find a way back into this game. Play for the game where you have the Mythics, play for the bot side, play for the Misfortune, and you'll result in 4 kills.
Wow, I can't believe that Pac and Demetrius just won that. The shutdown there does go over to the Rakan, as we do get a pause by the looks of things. I think potentially quite linked to the Space Jam there just disconnecting. But I mean, what a crazy fight. I can't believe the Pac and Demetrius came out on top. They, as you said, they used all of their cooldowns on the Nautilus, it felt. It felt like they really kind of hard committed to kill him, and as we were saying in draft, the ultimate abilities are really what this team is kind of looking for in terms of that's where their strong suits are. So when you've used the Maokai ultimate and the sort of Pop Blossom and Rakan's Engage all on the Nautilus, I was really expecting the turnaround to just kind of come in and just kind of destroy them. But I think Rickett stood in the Misfortune ultimate a little bit, took way too much damage, ended up getting taken down.
I do want to point something else out as well. We say that Pac and Demetrius used all their ultimates on the Nautilus. Take a look at Lost Nation. They didn't use all of their ultimates. They did not, right?
No, I was wondering.
But Chips had theirs on cooldown. I don't think Playmassive had the opportunity to go for that execute. But still, fighting when you don't have these impactful abilities, especially on the red game, right? The Umbral Trespass is so key to how you play out these fights. It gives you like an extra 40% health or something, right?
Yeah.
Not having that is probably what turned the fight in the Econometrics' favor. Which, hopefully that's something Lost Nation can look to clean up if they want to close this game out, because the gold lead is now shrunk to only 3,000. I say only.
Yeah, it's still, I think, a lead at the moment for Lost Nation. It's like all of this kind of stuff is happening in the bot lane, and some of it does look Pac and Demetrius favored, but for sure. But they are still really, really badly suffering on the top side. It's like we're not focused on it as much because they haven't really been any like kills up there or anything. But the tower still went down so early. You can see there. We saw kind of Fish just sort of stealing away a red buff is now like 30 CS up, and it's just gonna it's gonna force Space Jam out of lane here. Either gonna kill him, or at the very least force him backwards.
I think the slow coming through.
Oh no!
Oh, they are toast. Pulled back, slammed down. The Fish claims another.
Oh, and look at the wave state as well. The Fish might just be able... Okay, no, it's just kind of pushing it out. But I was thinking maybe you might just be able to kind of let that push in and then just kind of freeze it. But I suppose there's not a lot of point when maybe you want to just kind of move about elsewhere.
Chips here again, looking for a play on the bot side, but Tesla has read it. Dive under the turret, Chips separated from the rest of the team. Charmed up, knocked down, teleport here coming in from the Neeko. This Kane is divided. Nico on the back line, able to pick one up. Chips not long for this world. A massive play here by Econometrics to read this Chips repeat gank on the bot lane and punish them for it.
A really, really nice TP there from Edgy Ninja. Was able to basically just, well, not basically, did just 2v1 Playmassive and Cobble down there in the, you know, that bot lane. Got the kill onto Playmassive, as well as obviously taking up 2 members of Lost Nation's time, as the rest of them just got to focus down on the other team members. So really, really nice there from Pachynometrus. Stuff in the bot lane is going really, really well for them. It's just... they're just kind of, they've still got this huge kind of deficit in the top side, and that's causing them to be kind of down on, you know, still kind of be down on gold. As now actually the TP in from Playmassive.
Yeah, the answer is here.
Oh!
It's not really that good of an answer though. It's a bit like an taken down. Does manage to pick one up on Tesla.
Gwen's TPing, let's go!
Forward. Gwen is here as well. Nice double knockup. Fish looking for some more. Space Jam comes down, but there's no jamming to be had. 1 for 1, but you did just commit your own, well, your bot lane is teleport, but then again, I guess getting it out of Space Jam makes it worth.
Yeah, exactly. I think you did kind of use Playmassive TP only just to kind of die, but in the end getting Space Jams out. I don't think Space Jam actually needed to TP in there, and even just kind of wasted even more Space Jam time. Sitting on the Leeching Leer and the Blasting Wand right now is really, really rough. 15 minutes in. Looks like they're going to fall as well. I'm not sure if they can avoid this. Gwen is immune though.
Immune, yeah. Has the needlework. Chips drops very low, and with this squishy build, might be the tongue. Oh, never mind. Has the trespass. Space Jam a little too big for their britches. Gonna be able to survive though. The flash root comes out, and that's an instant burst. Overconfidence from Chips gets punished, but the fight is continuing. Stromo ticking down with that bomb. Fish ascended, but not able to find anything else. Is that an actual blue buff? Ooh. Yes, it is. I couldn't tell.
I see it waddling, not sure. Yeah.
But it looks like Edgy Ninjas on the top side can be able to pick up the Herald instead in that 1-for-1 trade.
Yep, going for the Herald instead. Gonna walk towards that top lane as well.
You can't keep doing this, Lost Nation. No. Well, I mean, I guess they can. Killing spree for Fish, so that's certainly one way of playing the game. Stick in the bush,
yeah.
Keep killing the support. And it will get them a lot of pressure on the spot lane turret. Space Jam not going to be able to arrive in maybe is actually with the snip. Can they get the defense? Oh, an overcommittal here maybe from Fish. Maokai is in the area. Can the 2v1 come through? Sapling goes down, snip. But it looks like Patriots have to run for the hill. The healing on the snip is quite large, but the rest of Lost Nation are here to support. They found each other, and they found Tesla will end up falling. Space Jam not long for this world either. Ticks down to the bomb. A double kill in Aatrox's back pocket.
5-0-2 on this Aatrox now. I don't want to know how much gold Fish has in their back pocket to be able to kind of bait into. Oh, well, thank you for flipping it over. It's almost 2,000 at the moment. So they're almost, you know, they're backing into a second item and some change 17 minutes in. Khan also looks like they're in trouble. Gonna just be able to dash away, but yeah, so I was really, really scared. This Fish actually hasn't even just elected to back, is wailing away on this bot tier 2. Because everything looked so positive for Pachynometrus, but like Fish hadn't joined a single fight yet. And so you can see there the moment that he kind of did, they had to back away from the bot play and drop the tower, and then Rakan steps too far forwards, gives over an additional kind of like, I think it was like 3 kills in the end in total over to the Aatrox off the back of all of that. And now that is one huge Aatrox as Nico goes in, and Playmassive is just dead.
Playmassive once getting poured out has not been having the best of games, 2-4-2, despite picking their unique pick in the spot lane. I don't necessarily disagree with it still, as now it will dive on the mid lane turret as well. Knock up missed, high into Tomo will not find it, and Chips will find the kill instead.
Yep, nice kill there from Chips. Literally, again, 2v1ing. The players of Lost Nation seem to just kind of be I want to say outscaling, but it's not like outscaling, it's just making better plays, I suppose, across the map. As now, Fish.
Oh no. Last charge of the ult burnt by Space Jam means the kill is very unlikely here. Riptail will pick up some turrets in the top lane, at least one. Space Jam though with the health advantage, I don't actually think they can take this fight though. Fish knock up, forced around for the hills with Tesla arriving in support. There's now a fight up in the top lane. Actually no, there isn't. Edgy Ninja, that's... Never, I got baited.
Oh my god.
It's the clone.
Me
It's the
too,
clone.
man. It's so annoying. It's why does it look so real even on the like spectator?
On the map, man.
Yeah, but in any case, yeah. Really sadly, I think that was the one chance that you had at killing Fish. Still hadn't backed, pretty low on health, but still couldn't do it. And now watch this base. There's the Black Cleaver. Already kind of picked up. What's he going for next? Yeah. Okay. So Black Cleaver and some change. 2 items, 19 minutes. What a scary Aatrox. Level 13 as well. It's 2 levels. Oh no, okay, 1 level above Edgy Ninja, who's the kind of next one down in terms of levels. As Trottomotta. There we go.
Trottomotta. That's a good name, I think.
It's a decent name.
Having a pretty good game as well. Tesla though, getting chunked out super hard. 40 seconds before the Drake spawns means Lost Nation will have priority. Corwell, bit of a coward, not going to flash on the Rakan. Maybe a smarter person than I as well. But not being able to find the pick before the Drake starts means that it might still be a 5v5. But Lost Nation do have burst move, and Lost Nation will have vision control.
Yeah, Lost Nation definitely do have control over this one. I think it might be quite tricky for kind of Packanametrics to mount some sort of contest of this Drake. I mean, right now they're struggling to keep top tier 2. Yeah, and exactly, they don't need to, as Rika went in.
Looking for a bit of a play knock up there onto Edgy Ninja as well. The fight happening on multiple fronts. Edgy Ninja not solo, does end up fooling Fish. Gets one back. The Kane falls in, but Ash Kane still alive, tearing through Zvali. Hasn't found a kill quite yet over the wall. Rooted up by Tesla. Space Jam looking here to support. It's still a kill advantage here for Packanametrics. If they can find chips, but the healing is too much. The flash, reaping slash will reap through Packanametrics. The knock-up connects as well. Space Jam knocked down by the Darkin duo as Lost Nation stamp their lead on this game.
Oh, that re-engage really confused me there for Packanametrics. They actually did really well, but they were really low and Fish was still on full health and they decided to re-engage into him. I mean, that's what happens, right? You just get slapped in the face. They're gonna lose multiple members. They're gonna lose the Drake anyway. And yeah, it's such a shame because there's like moments of fear. Oh, hang on a minute. That's Nico potentially whips out the E. No, it's just gonna miss.
Oh,
It's
no.
actually Rick is gonna jump forwards.
Missing that rambling, tangling roots. Edgy Ninja in a bit of trouble, but the knock-up comes through. The root is true as well. No jump reset here for Rickert means they're not gonna make their way out. Zvali does end up picking that one up with that homing bullet.
Certainly does. And yeah, it's a strange one because you look at kind of Packanametrics' carries, and right now they're actually doing pretty well. Both your Nico and your Miss Fortune have farmed pretty well. They've got themselves the kind of majority of the kills for your team. Ziavi is sitting on 7, 2, and 2 right now with 2 items. And that's why I suppose they were able to be kind of quite positive or do quite well in the previous fight. As I've just kind of completely cast a curse of Misfortune. Looks like she's going to go down.
The ult comes through, the knock up there, depth charge, sent back to the fountain. That was a horrific curse, Tom.
It really was. Well, it also, as
Oh,
a
no.
ADC, should you just be walking blind into the mid lane?
What about as a top
similar-
laner? Should you be walking blind into your bottom lane when 2 are off the map? Turns out, no. Sleeping with the fishes, Space Jam slammed into the earth.
The Darkin duo really are just popping off at the moment, as I've cast a curse chips instead. He's gonna get shut down as well.
Yo, do you mind caster
Fish-
cursing? Do you mind caster cursing whoever's playing Vitality today, please? Oh, I really want them to lose. Tell
I do. It'd be hilarious.
XL are gonna win. Tell them XL are gonna lose. XL are gonna lose. XL are gonna lose. Meanwhile, it looks like Packanametrics is also in the process of losing. Tesla able to limp away with just an injured health with Totoro very low. That bullet time is nasty. Shut down onto Fish. That's a decent amount of gold onto the AD carry, but Rickett finds one back. But Misfortune trotting through, unafraid, triple kill. That's a bunch more gold once again onto Zvali. And the base will end up holding as I was the one to cast curse this time.
Yeah, you certainly were. Aatrox finally goes down. Really big pop blossom into the bullet time there. You can see there's a lot of gold, there's a lot of damage, and some ultimates that can win these team fights. It's just kind of a matter of playing them correctly. It's actually, I think you might be dead as this Misfortune.
Yep. Talking of a lot of
yes, you
damage. Syndra
Yep.
will go 1-for-1, but hit one
It was a
stun
one and a
onto
half
Zali.
items injured, so
Yeah.
that's fair.
Shouldn't know. Shouldn't know.
I mean, 10 stacks on Edgy Ninja's Dark Seal as well.
Yeah.
Almost certainly going to be able to finish off the Shadow Flame, and I think we'll have room for something else as well if they want to go for it.
I think you mean,
and a needlessly large rod. So again, a ton of gold on these kind of the champions that you do want gold on. That is meaning they are winning some of these fights. But looks as though Trump is just going to get taken out here.
And that's the issue of playing Rakan into Nautilus. Notoriously Slippy champ can't dodge away from that death charge. So that's a support down. And it did look like Lost Nation were trying to set up for that Baron, but I don't think it would be too impactful, right? Dragon not up for another minute and 40 seconds, unless, of course, Lost Nation can find the fight. Chips chunked so low, but will end up ducking inside to survive. But Rickett, once again, homing bullet takes them out. Chips with his Drain Tank build. Not going to be able to stand and fight, but Fish on the flank, knock up lands on Svarly. Oh, it's a slaughter. Fish, Aatrox coming through clutch, trying to tear through the root. Also is there, Edgy Ninja taken down. And I said the support catch wasn't going to be important unless Lost Nation found the fight, and they most certainly did. It's been a bit back and forth. Some star performances from Svarly, but this game should be wrapped up. Tromo, the only one left to defend. 6 seconds till Test is up. I think Lost Nation can still go for this. They've got a lot of damage here between their carries. Nexus turrets are in their sights. 7 seconds to Gwen, 10 till Misfortune, but the dive comes through. Caldwell will not fall. The teleport comes through as well. The unleashed power, Tesla will survive, but the game will end. Rickett flashes forwards, picked it up anyway. But look, Rizli's volley, maybe they can look to try and hold on Fish. So low, but pulls back, finds the execution. It's an Aatrox massacre as Rickett finds yet another one. Edgy Ninja, the last one alive. This time certainly will not be able to defend. Pop Blossom chunks Rickett for hard, but won't get much more than that as Lost Nation finally find the fight and Lost Nation find the game.
Yeah, Is it too much of a flame to just say top cap? It was, man, yeah, that Aatrox really just kind of popping off. I mean, it's a kind of a testament to how the game is going when you kind of see that the only real massive positive fight towards the end there that the Tupac and Nemesis were able to have is when Fish got kind of caught out by the Pop Blossom and was able to get taken down. But then, the moment he had access to Flash and was able to get on top of that Misfortune in the later stages, it was all just kind of over for Pac and Demetrius. So yeah, a good showing from Lost Nation. I think they once again kind of showed that their players in general are playing really well at the moment, and they just kind of have, I think, a sort of, I mean, they're making mistakes for sure. That there was some kind of sparks of hope from, or they did kind of fall to Pac and Demetrius at multiple points. But yeah, still just kind of showing that they are at the moment just a superior team.
I mean, you can see the mechanical skill on display,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And even the decision making, right? Going for that level 1 invade was what started that snowball onto that top side. As I said, huge props to Pac and Demetrius. Valiantly fought, but Zvali couldn't quite make it work. Edgy Ninja as well. It's not discount Edgy Ninja with that Dark Steel, 10 stacks. Not able to quite find that fight, and all it took was one pick. It was a bit of a Margaret Thatcher situation at the end. They had to get lucky every single time. Lost Nation only needs to get lucky once. And that they did, and they found the game. Now, we're going to be going to a quick break before a, I believe, post-game interview. Don't go anywhere. I'm not sure who we've got on. I'll just, well, we're getting 2 people on in just a second. We'll be right back for a double post-game interview. We'll find out who it is at the same time as you. Catch you then. Oops, I don't have the hotkey set up. I'm a failure.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Damn. What? Mm.
It's a spur of the
Um,
moment thing, you know. Like
Um,
we look at the enemy comp, we look at our comp. We either invade 5-man stack, 5-point stack, depends. Most of the time, we tend to wing it, and because we wing it, the opponent doesn't expect it. So it's like, you know, as a wise man once said, if you don't know what you're doing, how can you expect your opponent to know what you're doing? There's no sound.
okay, so we start over.
So we start over. Yep, we start over. I didn't say anything at all.
Is it dark in effect?
Dark effect. Okay, so they heard the response, but not us.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So I guess
well,
you just gotta host yourselves. And
So anyway, you guys can now hear me. Good thing you didn't hear what I said just now, because that would have been. Whew, we would not be able to operate after what I just said about what you just did to that. No, in all seriousness, yeah, congratulations on your victory. Welcome to the interview. I already welcomed you, but no stream knows.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
Do
you.
you have any questions, Tom?
I suppose the only question, given that you guys did very very well, is what did you think of how your bot lane played this game? What was the?
You're
what
so
was
toxic.
Well,
I,
I think you're asking the wrong people, because as a top laner, Fischl doesn't check the map or anything outside of the lane, and as a jungler, I don't check anything outside of the jungle. So it's like, you know,
I checked the Tribush vote. That's enough, right?
that's
that's
all
more
you
than
need.
enough.
I mean, it seemed to be all you guys needed, because the moment you kind of joined, you actually joined a fight, it ended up just going very very well for
Yeah.
you. So
I mean,
but
there were a couple of times when I believe Chips got called out a couple of times on that bot lane gank, counter gank actually coming in from so bad with names, from the Maokai on
Yep, that's true.
Back on
And we
Ventress.
realized that immediately after the game, or well,
Yeah.
you know, third time's a charm. I realized after the third try that we were kind of like trying to play a control bot lane instead of an all-in bot lane, so it doesn't really work well with Kayn. It did work very well with our team. Just took me 2 tries to realize that it doesn't work together with my playstyle. And after, you know, first 2 tries, I just steered away from it. I realized it was a mistake, and I didn't need to be there in order to win the game. So everyone did their own thing, and that worked out better.
Well, it's 2 Old Bloods. I've got one more question for you coming up. It's Cosmic Transcendence up against Only Pills.
Pills.
A bit of
Absolute banger.
a bit of a spicy match, or so I've heard. 2 top of the table teams coming up against each other, and 2 teams full of veterans to the EAL. What are your guys' predictions?
Well, my heart goes with Only Pills. It's just my favorite team.
Oof.
So yeah, finger crossed for them.
I think that Cosmic has a chance. I'll be cheering on for them, and I'll be spectating. Let's see how it ends up.
And you guys just spectate as well. Just be a couple of minutes before we get into game. Thank you so very much for joining us for the interview, you two. We're going to be going to a quick break. Don't
Thank
go
you for
anywhere.
inviting us.
Match of the week, Cosmic Transcendence. I have the authority. I will make it match of the
Oh,
week.
no, it's match of the week, 100%.
Only Pills versus Cosmic Transcendence. Just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere at all.
Good luck.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back for the match of the week. I've just realized I haven't updated all the overlays and stuff.
Oh no.
No, it's going to be Cosmic Transcendence coming up against Only Pills, and I, for one, cannot wait to see these two teams clash.
No, neither can I. They're obviously teams that we've seen in the seasons previously. Kind of Only Pills, absolute kind of classics. Everyone, or veterans from the EAL will know their names. Cosmic Transcendence had that sort of brilliant kind of miracle run towards the end of last season that seemingly they've just kind of carried into this one. As doing really really well as well. Both kind of top of their group at 5-1. And completely basically like unchanged rosters as well, which is really cool to see. So I really can't wait to see these guys go up against each other.
As I believe we are heading into draft very shortly, there's not much that needs to be said apart from just how veteran, how storied these rosters are.
Exactly. So what I'm kind of looking for initially, I think what I have seen both kind of Hunterware as well as Extra, who was previously Muffins, playing a lot of is that Rel that I mentioned before. I will also just check.
We're on the wrong side. They're on the wrong side. They're on the wrong side. I know this. Don't worry.
Okay.
Be fixed in just a second. But yeah, we see first ban coming through here. The Akali for Only Pills. I mean, you think about mid laners Akali, you think Marcus, right? At least I do. I don't know how it's been since I've gone, but man, this guy's Akali. Was this I remember I put it in my card to it. Was it Marcus who made the really play on the Akali that one time?
Oh,
took the mark back where they shouldn't have. I believe it might have been. I think it might have been. Well, either way, the only reason I remember them burning so brightly, remember their funny mistake was because they burnt so brightly on the pick normally. So taking that off the board makes a lot of sense to me. Milio banned away as well, and we see Nico taken off.
Yep, so Nico is gone as well as Milio, two really kind of just sort of powerful picks in the meta at the moment.
Two bullshit champions taken off.
Yeah, I was going to put it nicer, I suppose, but yeah, exactly. We'll see what they kind of go for the last ban. There's still a decent amount of quite powerful stuff up at the moment. The other thing, I think Pills 2 was spamming a ton of Corki actually in the kind of solo queue games. So we'll see if that kind of comes out as well as the Rel. Nautilus will kind of be the ban. The last ban for CTR, and yeah, there it is, immediately hovering the Corki one, and that gets locked in as well. So I wonder what CTR are going to go for in terms of their first pick. Once again, a lot of stuff is up. They could go for some sort of high prio sort of jungler, mid laner support. They've really got the pick of the litter here. It's going to be the Rel.
It is a high prio jungler. It's a high prio support. Both of those Rel flexed into. I think Rel solo lane can work as well. Don't let me cook, please. But it's going to get logged in here for the CTR lineup. We're going to have to see how Only Pills respond. Maokai as well, we saw have a decent time last game. Obviously, there was a bit of a fish in the top lane, a red fish.
Yes.
Couldn't exactly do too much against that, but does end up locked in here, flex between that top lane and that jungle. So, once again, a versatile pick, neither team showing their hand.
No, I think Maokai, it's just such a strong first pick at the moment, or kind of early rotation pick. Really, really kind of strong in the jungle and gives you such an easy kind of engage in those later team fights. Xayah getting hovered as well. That one's going to get locked in, and they know because Rel on the other side has already been picked that if they wanted to, they could just go for the Rakan sort of third pick to kind of lock in the lovers duo there. On the other side, I'm expecting this Rel to get paired with something like a kind of Kai'Sa.
I was going to say Kai'Sa, Cosmic Transcendence Classic.
Exactly. So I would be very kind of unsurprised to see that. There it is.
Look at you.
Gonna be almost...
Look at you with your
I know, I'm
predictions.
just too good.
What's the next champion then, huh? If you're so smart.
Don't do that to me. I don't...
I think I'd like to see a blind mid laner here. I think if you want to keep this Rel flex, you could obviously go for a jungle as well if you don't want to keep the Rel flex. It has a good matchup, or at least historically has a good matchup into the Rakan. Doesn't have that instant snap tether anymore, but I think the Q can be buffered into the Rakan knockup, stun them, keep them locked down. Obviously has a lot of damage early on as well, but instead it's going to be Cosmic Transcendence picking away the Rakan, and Aatrox being hovered here by Only Pills. And we saw how devastating an Aatrox can be in the early game. If it does get locked in, I'd really like to see it once again. But yeah, this Rakan is very interesting. Just deny it from the Xayah is something that can support Kai'Sa on this engage, but it does mean that Rel is going to be slotting into that jungle.
Yeah, I mean, there's already so much interesting stuff happening with that draft, with the Rakan getting locked in. Yeah, the denial away from the sort of lovers duo, Kai'Sa Rakan in isolation worked okay as well, which is why they've kind of gone for that. And yeah, that's kind of showing your hand, tipping off that the Rel is likely not going to go into the support role. Janna getting picked up on the other side, I actually really like as well. I think it pairs well with the Xayah, and obviously. It offers such good kind of disengage to that Rakan is able to kind of stun him out of the W knockup and shove him away using that ultimate, which is really, really nice. Going to go for the Aurelia ban as well, just get that away from the CTR top laner. Yeah, we'll see what they can. I mean, both teams kind of basically just picking. I'm presuming jungle and kind of bot support duo with the Rel. I mean, you said that Rel could work in in the solo lane. I'm expecting that to be towards the jungle. We will see as Malphite gets banned away as well. So both teams just targeting that top lane pool.
So looking at these two teams and the way they shape up, Cosmic Transcendence wants to be moving forwards, right? But they're into a Xayah and they're into a Janna and they're into a Maokai as well. It's hard to pivot away. You could go for the poke Kai'Sa build mid lane potentially is a flex towards mid. But I think that's unlikely, especially considering the static nerfs. So I think it's going to be about live engage versus disengage this game, right? Especially if only pills pick up something that can peel back, something that likes to play at range, something like that Azir maybe, or something like the Victor, perhaps, another option for them. But if it does get picked up, then it's really going to be an engage versus disengage war, because there's only really one mode that Rel can play. Rakan can sort of play multiple modes, but Kai'Sa really wants to be diving in as well. Ahri is another one of those mobile champions that can play slower in these fights, can play anti-engage, obviously not as much damage as something like a Victor, something like a Azir, but will be able to kite back, will be able to get away from these Rel, from these Rakan quicknesses as well. Syndra, another short range champion that wants to be moving forwards pretty alright into the Ahri as well. Didn't have that great of a time last game, but I still think a very decent pick has been locked in, and I think CTR will look for one last pick here up towards the top lane to support this dive. Something like an Ornn I think would work really, really well.
Oh yeah, I agree. I like the kind of Ornn pickup. Sion, also another kind of just tank top laner that will work quite well. I think you are looking for more focus towards that bot lane rather than anywhere else, as well as you have got quite a strong, I think, mid jungle duo there. A lot of kind of CC, and kind of follow up, or like Syndra can also offer a lot of follow up to the Rel. It's going to be a Fiora blind here, so. Is that potentially a prediction that Onlypills wanted to go for some sort of tank and therefore they're kind of preemptively counterpicking it potentially?
Well, I can see
Jax is then getting hovered on the side.
Provides a lot of I think teams normally need like an anchor in their team, right? If you're going against engage, you want something that can stand in the way of that engage, not having to rely on burning cooldowns to disrupt any sort of poke coming. Like Rakan can W in if you have to blow your tornado and your Spirit Rush on Ahri or something like that, you're coming out on top if you're Cosmic Transcendence. So I think you usually want some sort of anchor, but Gnar is instead going to be something that can match on the side lanes. I think... I don't know my top lane matchups perfectly. I think Fiora struggles into Gnar early on, but late game, Gnar cannot side lane against the champion. She will just run him down. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can make use of that early advantage to shut this Fiora out the game, because otherwise it's going to be really, really difficult if your side lanes are constantly getting pressured by this Fiora giving you first move and pulling away either the Ahri or the Gnar from your team fight.
I think the team in general is looking for some more like early advantages, though. I think when, or especially when you kind of lock in the Ahri, what I'm looking for is therefore like fights around this sort of like the early objectives, the sort of early into mid game stuff. Once kind of Maokai and Ahri get access to those ultimates, Gnar as well with his just ability to stun everyone into the wall. I really want Onlypills to kind of be proactive in their early game, sort of early to mid game transition, and really kind of look for those early objectives and early advantages. Because as you said, I think the Fiora is going to become a bit of a monster on that side lane. Kai'Sa as well with their kind of AP build scales insanely well. I think Xayah does as well, but Kai'Sa especially kind of becomes such a big threat. And in combination with the Syndra, you've got a ton of kind of like poke damage, burst damage. It looks really, really kind of scary. So yeah, I think you do just kind of want to kind of make those kind of early plays happen, especially with the Rel on the other side. I apologize in that I'm not as well versed on how well kind of Rel clears, but my guess is that will potentially, I think, be looking more towards a kind of supported jungle role, right? And yeah, ganking, rather than anything else. So we'll see if they're able to kind of stave that off as well.
We will have to see once we make it into game. Very explosive team comp coming out here from Cosmic Transcendence, but Only Pills do have tools to disengage. Which one will come out on top in our match of the week? I'm going to say, personally, I believe in the Cosmic Transcendence crew. I think it's... I know you've got the Janna, I know you've got the Xayah, but they have so many engage tools, and this Fiora is going to be a menace as the game goes on. What about you, Dom?
I don't know. I'm in the kind of opposite boat. I think I like what Only Pills have come out with. I think Maokai is a really really like just a powerful pick in general. I like the Janna pickup into the Rakan, and I think that the Rakan pick away from CTR was like a decent. I think that's a kind of decent choice to deny that, but it does make things a little bit more awkward, I think. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like Only Pills might just be able to kind of out mid game their way through this one.
Well, we're going to see if they are able to. After the break, don't go anywhere. Match of the week. Both of these teams are 5-1. So whoever wins this match will be uncontested top of the standings, which means you don't want to miss it. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome. Oh my god, pause bugged. I got pause bugged. I said
yeah,
above me, I
pause
said
bugged.
it back too far. There we go. Hello, everyone,
got it.
and welcome to the game. It's Cosmic Transcendence on blue side. Only pills on red.
This is going to be an absolute banger. I can
It
already
will.
tell. Yeah, my eyes are completely on this like Rel jungle. I've not seen it in any of kind of like my games or I've seen any like professional games that I've been watching. So yeah, I really want to see kind of what it is able to do. Because I think, yeah, I mean, I've seen kind of clips of the clear speed, right? Because it's all just kind of pretty. It's making use of the kind of crash down and the Q and all of that.
You did recently
basically.
get buffed, damage to monsters, and your E attack speed
Yep,
is
yep.
significantly better, so the clear will be a little bit healthier.
Yep.
Has been historically underperforming though, right? There's a reason why I had to get buffed, so we'll have to see if the buff
Yeah.
might just help with that. Or maybe Pingu is just so good on the champion that they don't need to give a damn about the strength.
Yeah, maybe we will see. I mean, it's certainly. I'm scared when I'm seeing like a Rel and a Syndra. There's a ton of CC there and a ton of damage. So I think Pils2, especially kind of pre-level 6 before he gets access to those dashes, has to be quite careful on that one. Yeah, both ADCs just opted for the Ghost as well. I mean, I hadn't actually sort of brought this up, but an absolutely sort of classic Xayah versus Kai'Sa kind of a matchup here.
Oh,
all the
we
way
really
back
are.
to
We are pulling out
2019
all of
days.
the boomer takes there, aren't we? Jesus Christ.
Look, I like to think back to those times because G2 was doing well. So I always, whenever I can bring it up, I always do. As we still hear
Fake
exceptional top,
leash. But they know it's a
Yeah.
fake leash, but he's still not on top side, so it doesn't
just
matter either way.
immediately wanting to trade into Porin Pillstorm.
Immediately. Oh my gosh, in the mid lane there was a bit of a level 1 trade going on as well.
Yeah.
Action all around the map.
As, yeah, well, I mean, I don't think Marcus is going to be able to get too much done. Gone for the refillable and Sapphire Crystal start, so obviously, you know, that is enabling them to get access to.
Oh, they're going for Lost Chapter. Do they have?
Lost
do they,
Chapter?
Hold on,
Yeah.
let me check. Yes, they do have Futures Market.
We've got
Have to see
Futures
if
Market
they-
as well, so they're rushing for that Lost Chapter super early. So, ooh, nice Sketch of the Week there. So yeah, I mean, they're not really going to be able to bully Ahri out of the lane, but yeah, the idea is obviously you just kind of farm up until, with the Lost sort of Chapter being able to let you go in debt,
I
you're
believe
able
it's
to
like
get
500 gold. It's only like 2 or 3 waves you need. Meanwhile,
Yeah,
though,
yeah, you don't need a lot, and you
Speaking
immediately
of-
just get access to that Lost Chapter. Is now Lelouch is already in the top side.
early action, Lelouch looking for something. Level 3 parry. Mistimed, but not the Bramble Smash is parried. Oran's pistol is taken down. Lelouch finds the kill. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Kassar finds one as well. Double kill for the top laner here. Exceptional top, living up to their name. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Kassar finds the kills of their own.
I
And
hope you
gank,
liked the
actually. I
game.
believe it was Pingu Gank.
Yeah, I hope you enjoyed the game. That was it. Really nice play from Exceptional Top there. Yeah, I mean, it's just a huge misplay, I think, from Lelouch. So I think, you know, after Exceptional Top went into the sort of parry, ended up, you know, hitting down with a Bramble Smash, getting the stun, and now actually Hunterware
Oh,
in more
no.
danger already.
Rel,
Okay,
without
just
that
doing it to
crash
walk away.
down, won't quite find anything, but is able
No.
to steal away that blue buff. So there's already a 1.5k gold lead at 3 minutes.
Yes, there is.
This has violated my 500 gold a minute rule. 500 gold a minute means anyway back in, it's going to be a fiesta. That's something you never want to see at the 3-minute mark. But at this point in the game, it's a little bit unreliable, but still massive early lead for the Cosmic Transcendence boys here. Winning out on both sides of the map is huge, and the markers actually dropped very low in lane. But is it going to
Flash,
mine? So they're
flash
just
as
going to back. They did have to blow flash. Pills2 trying to find something else. Some advantage here for only Pills. But now
Yeah.
the Lost Chapter is complete. The teleport is channeled and will go through. And now it's going to be a lot
It's,
harder for Pills2 to lane.
Oh, Lelouch is just standing on a ward there, so CTR for certain just kind of going to back away from this one. I think they're likely just going to back with that goal that they got from the kill, thanks to the gank from Lord Pingu. And yeah, I mean, it's really unfortunate there from Pills2. I think yeah, really kind of sadly pushing Marcus that low means nothing when Marcus just resets and TP's back in. The only kind of question is whether you're going to be able to punish that flash. But Lelouch, unlike the previous Maokai that we saw, hasn't gone for that kind of Hex flash, which means that when that flash is down, Maokai does struggle to like gap close a little bit. So might just have to kind of farm up, wait for that level 6 to come on board, wait for that flash to come back up before they can really make anything happen. Lord Pingu as well hasn't gone for that Hex flash, but I think probably could do. But Lelouch is now, in lane, but Marcus positioning correctly. But there could be some sort of 2v2 play with Lord Pingu being here. They may just stare each other in the face and walk away as Lelouch just heads back to the lanes. And so game hasn't just gone even further out of Only Pearl's control, but already looking very much like CTR favoured. Fiora being able to back into Boots and a Sheen is just so like oppressive, right? Poor Impulstorm's going to struggle so heavily going forwards, and will almost certainly, already built up quite a big CS advantage, and will almost certainly build that even further. Also make use of, I'm sure they'll probably have Demolish on the as the rune page as well, so probably be able to knock down some of those tower platings as well.
That's kind of nasty if you ask me.
Mm-hmm.
If they do, well, you see them stacking the wave up here on top side. Lelouch in low position to gank and probably not wanting to after what just happened last time. So, yeah, just gonna be able to crash this wave, get another reset off. This is
Lelouch as well. That death was really rough because ends up sort of, it is kind of similar CS. It's actually making the way towards the mid lane, so I might just have to shut up.
Marcus, point and click route, you can't dodge that. Stunned up, charmed up, and taken down. Spirit Rush, maybe unnecessary, but Pills 2 just wanting to secure that kill. And they do pick it up, so it can't be that disappointing.
Delicious.
Yep, right, nice kind of gank there from Lelouch, making use of the fact that Marcus did have that flash down earlier. Lord Pingu is able to make their way into the brush completely undetected here. No ultimate for either Hunterwear or Pills, so they are in a bit of trouble. No flash for Pills either, so we'll see if the trigger gets pulled. I think they might know that something is up.
Look who's down there.
Lelouch coming to cover as well. Is this a full-on 3v3?
I'd like to say it. Pingu decides to pull the trigger, stepped up. They don't know Lelouch is there. The lockup has been cancelled. Nice tornado. Lelouch, though, having to run for the hills. The stun comes through onto Hunterwear, but that's all the cooldowns from Cosmic Transcendence. Looking extra risky, extra low on health. The flash forwards. Tornado. The Janna Playmaker secures the kill for Only Pills.
Really nice awareness there from Lelouch and the entire Pill squad, thinking that, knowing that Lord Pingu is likely down there. Exceptional Top now, almost. I was scared there for Pro Pilsner. I think maybe if Exceptional Top had the flash, maybe kind of went for some sort of play under tower and then flash away to get that solo kill. But, it's still very much a possibility with it coming off cooldown now. Has complete control over the wave. But yeah, nicely done there from Pills to get some sort of advantage in that bot lane. Really big for the Maokai as well, because Maokai I think was really struggling, just sitting on nothing but like a Ruby Crystal. Was able to get that assist in the mid lane as well as the kill of the bot lane. So it's kind of now nicely back up to kind of a relevant amount of kind of stats and items and stuff like that. So yeah, they've been able to stem the bleeding a little bit, but for the time being, still gold lead in favor of CTR. There's now, it looks as though Prone Pillstorm might have just moved down. Is it just kind of securing the scuffle? We'll see if Lelouch decides to go for anything else, maybe kind of start up the Herald. With the advantage they've got in the mid lane, it could be something they might look for as fact.
Oh my gosh, I didn't think that was going to execute the flash. Knocked back from Rel, won't quite land. Flash away from that battle dance means that Lelouch will survive, but a nice stun from Marcus picks off Pills 2. A little bit of revenge for that earlier trade.
Yeah, a really nice solo kill there from Marcus. Nice from Lelouch as well to be able to get away, but in any case, more advantages there. Oh my word. Okay. Rel destroys Raptors there, not bad. It's falling apart a little bit. Not completely for Pills at the moment, but wow.
This doesn't help. Pills, the man himself, taken down. Nice engage from Extra. Found it. Kassar able to go in with that killer instinct. Trying to find out the Hunter at last. Auto will find its mark, and that's the Kai'Sa I know and love.
Yep, Kaisa picking up that double kill there
Oh.
as, in fact, Exceptional Top brought quite low, forced the ultimate out, and now just going to get taken down by Lelouch. Nice shutdown there. So that's, yeah, again, kind of trades all across the map, but in the end, still just coming out, I think, CTR favored. Lelouch here going to try and start up this Herald. Volpingo, though, is in the area. Marcus as well, sort of in a decent, actually finished off the Leandri, so I would kind of, well, yeah, we'll see if they do go for some sort of contest here, but they've obviously lost Exceptional Top.
No flash available for Lelouch. The engage comes through with a 2-level disadvantage. The Syndra burst is so high, the phase rush. Lelouch running for the hills, but Extra is here to make sure he cannot get away. The stun, the flip, the kill comes through, but the stun lands from Pills 2 onto Marcus, trying to dash away. Stun comes out, knockup is changed. Rel is here to try and secure it. The execute doesn't come through quite this time, but Cosmic Transcendence forces the Only Pill team away, and they're going to be able to start up this Herald for themselves.
I think that was a little bit greedy there from Lelouch. I think it was like, well, Exceptional Top is dead. We can just kind of take this Herald. But yeah, Marcus had control over that mid lane. And on top of that, I suppose there was a bit of fallout from the bot lane, right? With Extra being able to kind of base off the back of those 2 kills. Went into the mobility boost and immediately just sprinted towards the Herald. So was able to provide CTR with that advantage. Is now they're going to be able to secure this Herald as well. And really sadly, I don't know, we'll see if Pills are able to kind of turn it into some sort of Drake on the other side, at least kind of trade objectives, but for the moment, they're looking actually potentially for a gank down here instead. Lelouch won't have been spotted going into that brush, but it looks as though, you know, CTR, they are kind of playing cautiously. It looks like, yeah, Lelouch just going to start up the Drake instead.
Certainly will, certainly will. We talked about the cross map coming through, but meanwhile in the mid lane, Pingu has
Oh, yeah.
Timer to push out this wave and make their way down. It's a race against time, and Lelouch knows they're going to lose it, so they bow out early, toss in the hair. Dragon very low. Lelouch does not have the upgrade despite Pingu does. Not the way though. Nice grasp. Nature's Grasp doesn't quite get enough damage down. Extra very low exhaust comes out onto Pills. Pingu dropped down to 100 health. Almost taken out. Pills 2 gets the pass onto CTR Extra. The rest will start dropping like flies. Kaisa dies in with the killer racing, but the Pills pull back on the Feathers. Will get a double kill in return. In the end, it's a 2-4-2. Pills with the ghost, still looking for it. Feathers fly. Stun doesn't come out. Massive tornado from Hunterware will slay Marcus and Pills. You talked about a way back into the game. How about from the star player themselves?
Well, yeah, that's definitely one way back into the game there. Yeah, I mean, in the end, is Pills favoured, but a lot of members dropping all across the face of things. I think, honestly, CTR got a little bit lucky there. I think Pills 2 essentially kind of altered into the crash down from Lord Pingo, and that meant that kind of found it harder to really kind of pick off the squishy members.
Oh, imagine if
yeah.
they'd had the resets in that fight.
Right,
Totally
exactly. They
different
were
story.
so low, the resets, you know, I think if Pills 2 had played it slightly kind of calmer and kind of altered slightly more precisely, it really would have been complete kind of fallout. The side, CTR, excuse me.
No worries. And this is what we talked about in Champs League, right? We mentioned that if Uncos can play these fights slow, if they can survive that initial engage coming out from Cosmic Transcendence, they're going to have a much easier time playing out the fights. And all the golds got blown. There are a lot of low health bars for Only Pills, but nobody ended up falling, which meant that Pills could clean up. And if Pills 2 had been alive, getting those ult resets, cleaning up would have been even easier, as now we see Cosmic Transcendence over the Herald they claimed earlier, getting those fights just before they fall. They're still in the lead. 1,500 gold, but that lead has not extended since the 3-minute mark, which is not something you want to see 10 minutes later.
Yeah, I think Only Pills have managed to kind of stay in control quite well here. You can see as well, top lane in isolation, Exceptional Top, you know, despite getting that shutdown, or conceding that shutdown, sorry, what, you know, has been able to get a couple of plates in return as well, but not too much else, you know, despite such a positive start. So yeah, Only Pills, I think they have stemmed the bidding quite well, and you see here 40 minutes in, they are able to pick up the first dragon. It is quite late, you know, because of the kind of constant fighting over it that ended up with no one picking it up, but in any case, they are able to secure that first one. So things actually looking pretty even going into it, as that was knocked forward in the mid lane, I believe, from Pills 2.
Yep, Engage has landed. The groups are there. Pills 2 with the passive,
Yeah.
soul consumed, just about able to survive. That was just a fraction of a second away from falling to that unleashed power, but Marcus once again left wanting after such good play early on. Is now 1-3-3, and Only Pills able to fight their way back into this game. Once again, as I said, 1,500 gold advantage isn't everything in the early game, and now
Oh, they're going for a dive in
looking
this
for a
spot, in this
onto
top lane.
Oro. Jump away, hop on the minions. There's not much chase down potential, especially if you miss that flash.
Yeah.
Q. And now here comes the return teleport coming through under the turret. Stuns coming out. Exceptional top trying to find their way in. Grand challenge has been issued. The flash forward to healing field is down and Pills has come in. Hopefully not to their doom. Lord Pingu will end up falling. Pills still standing strong. Marcus, can you find the stun? Doesn't look like it. Nice calm, exceptional top, locked under the turret. Marcus very low, knocked into those saplings. And this Pills 2 teleport star of the show turns what was a very successful dive from the Cosmic Transcendence life. Wait, is he going to be able to go? Exceptional top! You... Oh, never mind, never mind. I don't know why I bother trying to predict this game. Because it's just turn after turn after turn, which is what we expect from these top two teams. The stun comes out, another kill onto this Fiora. And what looked disastrous for Only Pills, and then looked disastrous for Cosmic Transcendence, turns up in the CTR favor. 5-1-0 on exceptional top, earning their moniker.
An absolutely crazy fight. Honestly, Lelouch and Pills 2 are doing so much work right now. It feels like Lelouch is always in the right place. We saw them like hovering the bot lane to kind of help them out in the 3v3 and get a kill. Hovered around top as soon as CTR were looking for some sort of gank on Pro and Pillstorm. Nice TP in as well. They feel like they're kind of all over the map and really kind of stopping CTR from being able to make these advantages happen. But yeah, as you said, they had stemmed the bleeding of the Fiora, and now that's just completely been reversed. 5-1 now, able to pick up the, well, pretty close now to their second item as the tower does fall in the mid lane, but Marcus might fall as well.
Oh, so just the edge of the Nature's Grasp picks up Marcus. Has been focused a lot by Lelouch. Vulnerable to this Maokai when you don't have any mobility, but still nicely done by this mid-jungle duo. Perhaps a bright spot here for Only Pills, able to find yet another kill in the mid lane.
I mean, they really are. You can see, I mean, I suppose what they're doing isn't like massively complicated, right? Lelouch is just throwing down a really widespread ultimate. The CC follow-up is good, and they're just getting multiple kills, but that's all they really need to do, right? As Lord Pingu comes in, Pills was able to just kind of back away from that one, so not able to stop that, but Hunterware will have the back interrupted as Pro and Pillstone. Storm, I think you are just dead. Yeah.
Should have left that turret a little bit earlier. Exceptional top. 6-1-0 on field. I played top lane sometimes. My lane opponent sometimes is a Fiora who ends up going 6-1-0, which is why I only play top lane sometimes. And it's so difficult to play out these lanes just because you know you've got to stay even, like, however close you think you can get some minion wave, it's a lie. You've got to stay even further away than that. And having that mental resilience to not even go up for the farm, something that's so difficult to keep a hold on over a long period of time.
Pills are at the moment. They're not even trying. She's just taken top tier 2. They haven't even tried to kind of, I suppose they feel like they couldn't really rotate and stop that one from happening. They're trying to set up over Drake. So a tier 2 goes over in Fiora's favor as well. That's an immediate Ravenous Hydra picked up. Really, really scary stuff from the Fiora as they're just is TPing in as well. Gonna force Only Pills away from this one.
Yeah, that's a very fair Fiora. Level 13 to level 10 does not make the dash over the wall, but Pingu's still looking for more. The calm follow up on the engage. The flash, calm. Oh, Killer Instinct. Maybe an overextension here from the Cosmic Transcendence lineup. Pills is free firing. The root comes out. The Magnet Storm is true. Marcus Stein. Massive nerf from Pillstorm. Who cares about the side lane? It's all about the team fights, baby. As Pills 2 cleans up Marcus as well. And then Overforce from Cosmic Transcendence is severely punished.
He doesn't even have an item, a completed item, and yet poor Pillstorm picks up the triple kill in that fight. Huge two-man ultimate into the wall, secures the team fight win for Only Pills. They're going to get the second dragon as well. That's absolutely huge, showing their really, really insane kind of team fight. And yeah, as you said, I think CTR are just kind of overstepping. They're able to pick up the...
a real
Yeah.
overforce, in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
Like the flash forwards from the Rakan, it's sort of like a. There's a theory of if one person ints, it's better for everyone to int, and I do think that Cosmic Transcendence really followed up on that one. Now, ironically enough, they are going to get the Herald because they died. They're faster back out on the map than the team that took Dragon.
Yeah.
So it's not as devastating as it seems, but the gold lead is shrunk to 1,000 now. That was a lot of shutdowns going over. Not onto Exceptional Top. Very, very fortunate there for Cosmic Transcendence because they would be behind if that Exceptional Top bounty had been picked up. So still one bright spot, but yeah, Marcus really struggling in this game, and you can see the power of this disengaged comp. If CTR overforce, there are so many tools to be able to disengage these weaker engages without those ultimates when you're flashing too far forwards. So CTR really have to be a little bit more trigger disciplined in order to close this one out.
They have to be a lot more careful. I think in that kind of case, they clearly, I think they wanted to get more out of the TP than they did, but the TP had just already forced Pills away from the Drake completely. So it's like with that, just take the positional advantage, start up the Drake, take the objective. If only Pills don't decide to fight, then great, you get the Drake. But yeah, no, they go for an Overforce instead, and now Poor and Pillstone able to pick up the Trinity Force, as well as the Corpus Warhammer. But I mean, Exceptional top, still clearly putting the pressure on. Pills 2 solo kills Marcus in the top lane there. As you said, Marcus really struggling. Nice pick up there. CTR though, they are looking to collapse.
Oh, look for the engage. Pills 2, Charm Connect onto the Khan. The flash, crash, down, will find its mark. Just about 500 gold shotdown goes over to Pingu. You are losing out on the bot side, as we saw. Turret did get taken down by Exceptional Top here, who is maybe going to get collapsed on. Baron Empowered Recall cancelled out. Lelouch looking for the play. We've seen this 1v2 go bad before. I'm a bit nervous. And Lelouch is too.
Just going to walk away.
Meanwhile, look at the top side of the map.
Oh.
PTR have started up the Baron. They spotted out Lelouch down here on that ward, and immediately after they can't pick on the top lane, they're like, well, there's an objective out here. It's a big part of the world. The jungle's not in the vicinity. A little bit of a macro oopsie there to commit so hard. Extra dropped very low. Pingu as well. But the Herald's been summoned in the bot lane. It looks like only Pills being run around the map.
Oh, they're trying to get some of these Baron buffs off some of these players by getting the kills, but they just haven't found anyone. And now you're right, the bot tier 2's already gone. The Herald's going to charge into the inhibitor tower as well. No. That one's gone too. And now Poor and Pillstone. Oh no.
Please don't one at a time for your challenge them. As looks like they aren't going to just all go and die one at a time. But look, even then, Kassar did end up getting picked up on the top side, a little bit isolated, but Exceptional Top still doing excellent work in the space. 1 versus 3. I know Fiora is fed, but it's gonna very likely be a kill over to one of the players.
Oh,
Flash away, no way, the dash out.
No.
Just a little bit more needed.
Knockout Casey's going mega.
Oh my gosh, you're right. He doesn't have that ability to start that boomerang. And Exceptional Top plays the goddamn escape artist. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Marcus with the Baron buff able to pick up that turret tier 2. And yeah, while it looks like only Pills are able to find a kill or two around the map, they're just getting run around. And a little bit of that Perks LeBlanc, funny enough. Well, the Perks LeBlanc play where 4 members of Vitality were just running around trying to catch this one player, but just giving them so much map presence, so much map control, and not using their tempo correctly.
Yeah, it's... yeah, I don't know, you're just kind of losing out so much. I think they don't really know how to like deal with a Fiora. And so they're kind of not committing on trying to sort of get the Fiora down. They're not really committing on like an objective on the other side of the map, or like a fight on the other side, and that's where, yeah, you see them get kind of caught out, where Lelouch is kind of down in the bot lane trying to see if they can get the Fiora, but the Fiora just kind of walks away, and then, yeah, on the other side, CTR go, great, we'll just pull the trigger on the Baron. And I think it's in these situations where Fiora really thrives, right? You know, you have to be committed with what you're doing and confident that what you're doing is the right move. Otherwise, you just sort of slowly bleed. You end up not making a decision, not really doing anything. Fiora takes your tower and you lose the objective or the fight. So yeah, we'll see how they do in this Drake fight. They are kind of all set up around it. 4v4 by the looks of things. TPs for both top laners. So could easily turn into a straight up 5v5.
Dragon has been started up here by Hillstorm and OE Teleport now coming in for exceptional top. Hillstorm will be a little bit behind. Doesn't find the cancel, but here CTR are running for it. Massive tornado coming out from Hunterware. Enough to cancel some of the engage. Not enough to cancel all the extra does end up falling though. Heal coming out, but Hunterware is the next to full turn up, but the engage tools are over. It's all up to exceptional top. Can they find the 1 versus 4? Not with that root coming through the parry. Didn't quite find the stun pill too, though it is taken down by Marcus. However, the rest of Only Pills are on the prowl. The stun, the knock. Not enough. Kassan picks up the kill. The sun is coming out. Marcus not long for this world. The snipe, but no killer instinct means the Only Pills are the victors of the fight. And once again, masterful play from Hunterware there, keeping the disengage at arm's length.
I mean, yeah, Hunterware did so well there to disengage. Marcus as well, you know, put a lot of damage down, and then basically force Exceptional Top out of position by kind of surviving for so long, and they were able to get taken down. I mean, insane just team fighting coming up from Pills right now, and it's put them on Soul Point. I just think it was slightly confusing to me that Exceptional Top decides to TP in there. You know, you have Hullbreaker, you have this whole item advantage over the Gnar, and you know, if the Gnar decides to TP into that play, you can threaten to take their base. I really think that Exceptional Top just needs to stay in that isolated 1v1. And really just kind of threaten the 1v1 kill and the sort of threat of taking inhibitors rather than going for the 5v5s, because that's the second time now that we've seen that they have a good chance of not winning those fights. Pills are doing really well. Their comp, as well as the way that they're playing, they are winning these team fights. If you know, and so just stay in the 1v1.
I don't know if Cosmic Transcendence have the luxury of staying in the 1v1 in the next Dragon fight, because it will be Ocean Soul Point.
You're now out of time.
Oh, it's a real storm, but this is the match of the week, and I can tell you that much. As the knockup comes through, knockup to follow as well by Pingu. Stun coming out. Stunned, but the rest of Only Pills are here. The teleport, the collapse is true. Marcus does get foreign Pillstorm, but at what cost? Pilsu finds the kill onto Marcus, surging forwards, double kill to the mid laner.
Fiora's on her own.
Lord
Fiora's
Pengu
just kind of... Fiora and Kassar both just taking down the turrets. Inhibitor tower as well as the inhibitor in the bot lane is going to go down. So yeah, another really good fight, but they are going to lose quite potentially here. Yeah, both inhibitors as Exceptional Top is looking to... Okay.
A little bit of an overstay, ends up getting punished, but they do manage to pick up that second inhibitor. It could be crucial for this upcoming Baron fight. 32 seconds till it spawns. And I do think it's quite ironic. It feels like in the micro plays, Cosmic Transcendence are the one overforcing, but in these macro plays, it's Only Pills who overcommit, right?
Yeah.
They are sending so many members to these fights and leaving their base wide open, which I guess still worked out kind of fine, because they're able to get position on this Baron. Exceptional Top not spawning for another 25 seconds.
They need to pull the trigger on this. If they don't do it now, they won't be able to do it at all, because of the inhibitor, you know, their inhibitors being down in bottom mid means the natural push. I mean, CTR will just take this Baron just straight up. This is it. They have to pull the trigger right now. That's exactly what they've done. CTR are looking to fight this one.
Oh no, it's ticking lower, ticking lower, ticking lower. 4,000 health, but Foreign Pistol is in the area. They've just got the Baron. No Exceptional Top means no team fight here for Cosmic Transcendence, and the team that needs to go forward is scared to do so, and now you're going to be facing down a Baron while you're fighting for this soul.
Yeah, really nice pick up there for Only Pills. They've basically just taken the only objective that CTR really had the ability to kind of take while those inhibitors were down. What they're going to be able to do now is just kind of farm those inhibitor minions up, get a huge kind of boost in gold off of that, and then hopefully kind of look to fight the next Drake to grab themselves a soul, or they could even look to just kind of give it up. They don't need to kind of take that Drake. They can just kind of look to kind of farm those waves up and kind of turtle for a bit, and then at some point pull the trigger on some sort of Drake fight to grab themselves.
I think they win this 5 versus 5, right? It's all about trapping Exceptional Top on the side lane, as they might have been caught out by Lelouch. The parry does come through, the slow is there. nothing further. But we've seen this play before. Exceptional Top is trying to buy time as the rest of Cosmic Transcendence barrel up from the mid lane. Grand Challenge is down. Hunterware flashing away. Exceptional Top is dead. No, not quite before the fight starts. Finally taken down, but Kassar is in the middle of them all. Pills 2 is on the killing spree. Kassar is untouched. The rest of the Pill squad running for the hills. In the end, it's a 2-4-1. Your AD carry is dead. Pills finally falls.
I think Pills just got one shot by Marcus there. I'm not sure. I didn't see where it happened, but it looked like it was going to go well for only Pills. But yeah, Marcus seems to have just completely annihilated Pills in the fight. And that means that in the end, they've got the advantage. They're going to look to push down this top.
They are pushing into Baron minions. It's not that easy.
It's not easy at all. Gnar has gone Mega as well. Pills and Hunter are just spawning in about 10 seconds.
I think Cosmic Transcendence needed to reset earlier to fight for this soul. They're not going to be able to get much more than this tier 3 top lane turret. They won't even get the inhib. And now it looks like Pills are going to let them go. But they have first move on this dragon. It's going to take them a solid 30 seconds to be able to reset. But maybe because of the super minions. Oh, wait.
The wave.
Pills looking to maybe... not quite, no. The waves are not in a good state, but it will give the only Pills roster time to push out those waves and make their way down to fight for this soul.
You've got the duo squad here of Lelouch Pills. They're potentially just looking to run that one down. They saw the TP in there from Marcus, though. I think decided to just kind of back this one off. I think it's a smart move. I think. Yeah, when only all you need is that one Drake, I don't think it's worth wasting, potentially losing the entire game over that fight when you have a positional sort of disadvantage, when you could just kind of wait for these inhibitors to respawn, wait for the, you to have the sort of better ability to position yourself better for that Drake fight, and really kind of then, yeah, as we've seen, they are winning these 5v5s, so win that 5v5, get that soul, and really kind of put yourself in the driving seat of the game.
I think for now, we'll see. Of the matter is the Exceptional Top still had their teleport. If those super minions getting on those turrets, there's a Hullbreaker, Sunderer, Ravenous Hydra, Fiora. She will melt through those minion waves, she'll melt through those turrets, and then you're facing so much pressure against your Nexus. They really do have to wait for these inhibitors to respawn. That's going to get a whole lot more difficult if they're able to find the engage on top lane. Ooh. Cosmic Transcendence once again pushing into this base. They're able to take out that tier 3 top. The stun comes through, the Gnar back. Exceptional Top drops low. The parry comes through. Stun does not connect from Marcus. Here comes the team fight. Killstorm, no rage bar, no Gnar, but it doesn't matter. Exceptional Top has fallen. Now Cosmic Transcendence have to run for the hills. Dash forwards, Pilsy and Frost goes wide. Crash down will let Pingu get to safety, and the chase down is just not good enough for the Pills roster, but they do live to see their inhibitors respawn.
Yeah, so they get the kill on to Exceptional Top, who did take out the tower. So, I mean, their inhibitors are completely open, which also means to an extent the bases if they do ever really badly lose a fight and drop most of their members. But they're able to, they are hanging on really, really well here. The gold pretty much even and fairly negligible. Gnar as well is able to get a hold of that Hullbreaker finally, which is really, really huge in terms of being able to kind of, he still won't win the 1v1 against the against that Fiora, but he'll certainly have a better day of it.
Make it a bit harder for her to push in those ways, right? Is the important thing.
Exactly.
Slow her down.
Yeah, exactly. And the slower Fiora does it, the more time Gnar gives Pills to be able to kind of win the fight on the other side, which is really, really important. So yeah, I mean, I think actually weirdly Pills are in quite a decent position.
And what a game from Pills in general, right? Both Pills, Pills and Pills 2 have been absolute stars.
Pills.
Everyone on Pills side, actually. Only Pills have really been putting in a stellar performance. Obviously, same can be said of Cosmic Transcendence. There's a reason why the Nexus turrets are open. But
yes.
This is exactly what we wanted to see from a match of the week. The tension. There's no objective arc, which means we just get to stew this. I love it.
Yeah, it's Baron in about 35 seconds is where I'm looking to next. I mean, because whoever has kind of control over Baron has control over the waves, has control over the Drake. So in my mind, only Pills will be looking to take that Baron to potentially just kind of siege up and then take the soul. CTR want that Baron because it will help them end the entire game. So that's where my focus is next. That's why both Puro and Pillstorm and Exceptional Top are now down in the bot lane. just sort of matching on the opposite sides of the map at the moment. And yeah, I think there could be one last big explosive fight coming up. Man, the tension, yeah, you can feel it. It's scary right now.
The Baron has spawned. Look to reset its pills too. They see him in the base. Double teleport is available though. If this gets started up, maybe he's trying to force out that TP. But they're looking for the solo kill onto exceptional top. They've committed. Pills 2 hiding off vision. Teleporting in to the Baron instead.
But Prone Pillstorm's losing the 1v1.
Oh my gosh. Shutdown though lands onto Marcus, but Prone Pillstorm is in a whole heap of trouble. Exceptional top will be able to claim up this inhibitor, but that's one dead. Teleport is still available for this Gnar. Exceptional top looking to try and close this one out. Meanwhile, Baron has been started up 3,000, 2,500. Jungler forced away. Baron picked up by only pills. They will lose 2 inhibitors for it, which means it's going to be so difficult to contest this soul. But that's another 5 minutes. They've stalled it out. Prone Pillstorm parried away. Gnar does not connect. Third inhibitor. Meanwhile, on the other side, dive onto the tier 2 turret for Pills, picks up that kill, and it looks like the rest of Only Pills are trying to siege up. That's 2 dead. In top lane, Exceptional top is starting to fall as well. To split both ways. The double inhibitor doesn't get picked up. No double waves means it's a lot easier for the rest of this Only Pills lineup to play. It means they're going to be able to siege on this mid lane just a little bit faster. That's 2 dead. Still on a Baron up siege minion. Somehow, Pills, I believe, come out ahead in that trade. They're going to be able to get priority on this Drake as well. 40 seconds until Exceptional top is up. But the mid lane being sieged down. Maybe they just want to end it. Teleport here from Prone Pillstorm. They say screw the base. If they can't end in 30 seconds, though, Exceptional top does have that teleport. They're such a big risk, but they are just going for the flash.
Oh no!
Does not connect. The Everfrost lands onto Extra. Manages to make it out way, then the knock connects onto Zero, but Pills hitting onto the Nexus turret. There comes the Monsoon. They're losing so much health, but they are slaying these turrets. They can't connect. Look at the base. Pills wants to end it. All the feathers fly. They find the kill. And Pills, only Pills, manage to claim this match of the week.
That was so
my
insane.
God. Oh my lord.
Just craziness. It's always just like so
It's always a banger.
hectic.
It's always
Oh.
a banger.
Man alive. It's so hectic when you have something like a Fiora in the side lane. Like I feel like teams that's when you just see this like craziness of like what do you do now? How do you deal with this? And the answer was like, well, we'll just let her take like 2 inhibs, win the fight, get the Baron recall, the Lucius gonna go back, just about sort of saves that like last inhibitor, and in the end, yeah, they just go for the base rush. Oh,
What
man.
exceptional team
What a
fighting.
game.
What exceptional team fighting coming out from the Only Pills lineup, right? Cosmic Transcendence, even with their Fed Fiora, you can't split push to win anywhere near as easily. And it felt like it was on a knife's edge. If they didn't find that kill onto Fiora, if they hadn't managed to make those plays around the Baron as the base was being taken, the game could look very, very different. But in the end, Cosmic Transcendence, as strong as they looked in the early game, not able to quite close it out.
No, in the end, yeah. I mean, we saw glimpses of it early on with like the team fight wins going towards Only Pills, and then yeah, Fiora. I think the big mistake potentially was Fiora kind of TPing into that play around the Drake, and then they ended up kind of losing the fight overall. Fiora gave over the shutdown as well, and yeah, from there, even though Fiora was an absolute menace, Only Pills were able to kind of stem that bleeding, win the fights. And take the game in the end. Absolute, yeah.
Absolute
what a
banger.
fun game to watch.
Absolute banger. But
That's
not
do we
the last
have?
game of
Do
the
we
night.
have?
I don't know if you have an interview. We're gonna go to a quick break. We'll either have an
yes.
interview or we won't. Either way, we'll catch you on the other side. See you in a couple of minutes. Hello, everyone. Welcome back, and we do have an interview with the man of the hour himself. Hello, welcome, Mr. Pills.
Hello. Thank
Mhm.
you. Thank you.
So,
So, I mean, first off, I want to. What was it like playing two roles at once? Because I mean, you were playing Ari there as well as the as well as the Zaya.
Well-
so how do you manage that?
Well, some people are just that good at a game that they need to nerf themselves a bit. So I decided to just play mid lane as well, since there's no suitable replacement for me. So I guess I'll just play two roles and carry on both.
I was gonna say it didn't even look
Someone's
like you were
gotta do
playing
it.
on two roles. You played exceptionally on that Zaya, right? There's Featherstorms. There was one fight in the top lane, I don't think you got it off, but otherwise exceptionally timed. And even managing to find those fights from behind. How did you guys go about playing that game? Because obviously you were behind in gold after a pretty disastrous early game, right? You didn't
Yeah,
have you weren't
well-
stacking up those dragons. What was going through your guys' head?
Well, the early game was kind of rough. I mean, especially for me, since I made the mistake of pushing too early when I knew Rel was starting on our side, and I even felt the game coming. But I mean, I just got double flash on, and I only have one, so and 80 carry moment. But I feel like there's, I feel like the team fight's really good, and we have a pretty good idea of when we are strong. Because we have a lot of seasoned veteran players on our team, and I know when I'm strong. Mid lane knows when he's strong because it's me as well. So, and I don't think there's a team in the league at the moment that can out team fight us. I think we're just really in sync, and it's a lot of trust as well. Because especially on the dragon fight you're talking about, I was pushing for it because I felt like I was strong, and people were like, maybe not, because they can TP in, but I mean they followed the play, and as you saw, we just stomped them because we're just better. I said it's
God.
a team fighting because the early game
I mean,
was
the team
was
fights
rough.
looked pretty sick. Because the other thing I wanted to ask was just like what was going on, or what the communication was like when you clearly like do want to team fight because you've been winning them. Yeah, you look better in the team fights, but then you've got this Fiora in the side lane that seems to be just kind of, well, basically threatening to end for the last like 50 minutes of the game. So how do you manage that? I suppose how do you push for those fights and get the advantage despite Fiora being there? Like how do you choose what to deal with, I guess?
Well, it was especially in the mid game was kind of rough because, like you said, Fiora was really strong, and our top laner couldn't fight it solo, so he just had to wait for his own hull breaker and armor so he could at least live. Because we win the fight. I'm 100% confident we always win the fight in this situation. So all we have to do is try and force the fight, but have our top laner hold down the fort to say, because he didn't need to TP in. That didn't matter. He just needed to stop the Fiora for long enough for us to win the fight and then base, or not as in the last play. But
Such
so
praise.
it's just forcing the fight at the right moment. It's a big part of it, and we have, like I said, we've been playing this game for way too long. That's why we're also mentally unstable. So we know when we can force, when we can't, and that's a big help, especially against comps like this, where it was kind of Fiora v all, I suppose. So yeah, I guess it's just knowing when to strike.
Well, congratulations on your victory. We've got another game coming up. Unfortunately, we're going to have to let you go. But before you do, I'm going to ask the one question on everyone's mind. Next match is going to be Invitia versus Rasen, Tilly, and the boys. Who's coming out on top?
I don't. It's Rasen, Tilly, and the boys, right? And I just remember Rasen from previous season where we also shit on them bots. So kind of hard to win if that's if that's your strong suit.
Oh
so
my god.
gotta go with the others. With the under. I mean, they've probably seen as underdogs. I think they're.
Don't say that word around me. Don't say that word. God, I'm traumatized.
But I think yeah.
Yep. Well, thank you so very much for for coming on for an interview, and we will bid you adieu as we will prepare for that game coming up shortly. So, I don't know how I'm going to be able to survive after the last match. We're going to be going very much straight into draft, I believe.
How am I supposed to watch the LEC again when these are the kind of games that we've got,
Well, I mean, you can. You can watch Team Vitality, and then it's like a different experience, Like you watch these high macro
Right.
teams competing in the AL, And you
Okay,
go,
but here's
if you want to watch a Fiesta, go watch Vitality the AC. So,
right. It's like who actually wins a team fight at this point, Vitality or only Pills? Like I don't know the answer to that question. Do you?
Look,
Like I don't.
Who's got better macro? Only God. Jesus Christ, I feel like it's maybe we're dunking a little bit too hard. But let's talk a little bit about the next game. It's Nvidia up against Tilly Rassen and the boys.
Mhm.
We're just gonna be getting into draft right now. I'm looking at the Tilly Rassen and the boys logo. I'm seeing two champions on that logo. I'm gonna
Yeah.
ask you what you think I'm gonna say about those two champions.
Yeah, you're gonna want them to be banned potentially.
Yeah,
Is that
I think I will.
Yeah.
I think I will. That's a missed ban first by Nvidia. I think that's. I'll see if I can find out what that ban is. I hope they are actually in draft. As Milio is taken off the board
Yep.
here by.
I was So I was gonna say a lot of kind of what so for IMV as well. Houdini is out, I believe, and last impression is in for the bot laners. A big kind of like Draven, Jinx, Sire kind of player, and obviously and their support plays a ton of Melio as well. With the Kindred as well, being a big kind of pickup for them. So honestly, like Melio seemed like the most obvious bot lane or like ban for Rasentilli and the boys in just in the world.
That champion's also
and-
just disgusting in general.
Oh, the
so-
champion's also just I mean, there are all of the reasons to get rid of it, right? Jin gets taken off the board as well, Elise, and then there's the Aphelios. So I mean, those are two just kind of pocket picks for Rasentilli and the boys,
Yeah.
just taken off the board.
Well, if your pocket picks Aphelios, I think you're in a pretty good state, right? Jin banned out as well. A little bit more Vita as the AD carry.
Maybe
Kindred
it is. Maybe it
taken
is
off.
too genie. Maybe I got my stats wrong. As Kindred gets taken off the board as well. Makes a lot of sense. As now, the Ivan you talked about this one. If this gets locked in, there it is.
Oh,
Casual, take it away. What
My-
do you love about this chat?
well, my favorite color is spring, as is Ivan's. Also, my favorite method of winning games is murdering the enemy team, which Ivan also seems to really, really enjoy. He used to be an executioner, for Noxus before he got transformed into Ivan the Green
Yeah, he's
Father.
like a serial killer.
And now
right?
he sends his own little goons to execute people. The press the attack build with Daisy is so disgustingly strong. You can play it in jungle, you can play it in lanes as well. Ash picked up here for Rasentilli and the boys, maybe just trying to slow down the approaching golem.
Yeah.
But a rolling stone gathers no moss. I'm really interested to see if Ivan. I know Ivan to be powerful. Obviously, did get some nerfs from that bush damage, right? Going to be doing a little bit less of that on hit build. But even then, you saw in the Equal Esports Cup, which took place today, GC Hell were playing it quite a lot. Did end up coming fourth, which is surprising. I think the lowest they've placed in a while. But the Ivan was not the issue in those games. Something that might be able to match into it, though, is this Lilia. Ivan is a counter pick into tank matchups because they cannot out-farm him and they can't punish him hard enough early. The way you beat him is you either invade him, kill him, and before he can get
Or
his
just
items,
out-farm him.
before he can get his Daisy, or you just out-farm him, and Lilia is one of
Yeah.
those out-farming picks. Twitch hovered here for... I keep on calling them invulnerables. They're not invulnerables. They are Nvidia.
so-
But yeah, Twitch locked in.
Yeah, Twitch gets locked in as well. We'll see if they pair that with like a classic Twitch pairing. Yumi's still up and available. Lulu, as well. Some sort of like enchanter. Melio obviously taken off the board.
Ivan!
Okay, there we go.
Instead,
yeah,
it's going to
Karma.
be the Karma.
It's gonna just be the Karma locked in on the other side. We'll see if if Rasentilli and the boys go for some sort of support themselves. Maybe. I mean, the Nami's still up and available. Like it works fine with the Ashe. And not like it's not like a Lucian Nami kind of pickup, but would work fine as well. They could opt for some sort of like blind strong mids. We've already seen like Ari, Syndra have very high priority. They're going for the Lux instead though, so I suppose that could be flexed mid or support. I've got to remind myself whether it's something that's actually kind of played by those, but at the very least, for the moment, it looks like that could be a flex.
Well, I mean, it does work somewhat well with the Ashe, right? You're landing the slow.
Yeah,
Means
yeah.
your slow confirm is a lot easier, which means your Frost Enchanted Crystal Arrow is a lot easier, which means your final spark's a lot easier. So I can see this being a really deadly bot lane duo, especially into something as vulnerable as the Twitch early. 0 mobility on that champion means you get hit by a single ability, just tagged slightly.
Yeah.
You are going to end up eating so much damage. I do want to point out this Karma isn't necessarily going support, can be flexed to those other lanes, especially if Nvidia are looking to play a sort of Jugger Twitch composition, which it looks like it's scaling up to be. Got an Enchanter in the jungle, a possible Enchanter in one of the solo lanes as well. I do like this look. I mean, it's a very one-dimensional playstyle, right? It's been around in forever, right? It's the Juggermore comp. I'm surprised they didn't even go for Cogmore, considering how strong that champion is at the moment. But yeah, the way you can play against it is just pick off the AD carry before the fight starts, so just shut them down, give them not enough gold to be able to even take these fights. So I do like this aggressive bot lane coming out from Ras and Tilly and the boys. Banning out Echo, banning out Alawi, these speak to me as targeted counter picks at the top laner and the mid laner, right? These aren't necessarily champions that work well with comp, aren't champions that work well in the meta. We've seen a lot of Alawi, actually. I wouldn't say that. Alawi can work well, but not blind. So taking away these valuable picks from Nvidia. Ornn taking off the board, Gragas as well. That's more pick on to the Twitch that just simply doesn't exist. Have to see what Ras and Tilly and the boys want on this for. I think a Sion, I've been saying a lot, could work quite well. Even a Blitzcrank, if you want to just go full murder this Twitch competition. Blitz actually does quite well into the double enchant plus Blitz open. It does mean the Lux will be heading mid lane, but we'll have to see what they look for.
So, I mean, it is the case that Shaco does play the mid lane Lux as well, so that is a possibility, as Darius gets locked in instead.
Do we have Adam?
Oh,
do we have Adam in our league?
Adam? No, not at all. But I mean, it's not so reformed. It's even better. Adam actually went for the set last game, which was quite fun. But yes, no, we have our own resident Adam in the game apparently. I mean, literally the Ornn and the Gragas got taken off the board. The top two kind of things that the not so reform goes for. So they've gone for the Darius, which is the third most thing that is picked. Urgot is picked up on the other side. I haven't seen Urgot in ages. I don't know, mate. Is that a counter pick? Do you know, Casual? I don't know.
Urgot is not a particularly common champion, but I think I remember seeing somewhere he is pretty good into these Juggernaut matchups because he can kite back and smack them with his W at the same time, right? Has a dash on his shield, has the slow on his Q as well. And obviously an execute is good against a champion that wants to get low health and whack people, right?
Yeah, for sure. He could E into, I suppose, the Darius Q as well. If Darius ever tries to
yes.
Q
Yes, I think I remember someone talking about this. This is a counter matchup. As we do see the Karma is going to be heading into the mid lane as well. Twitch is picked up here. I really, really, really like this Nvidia comp. It's not something you see very often. But I even think Urgot benefits quite a lot from these enchants as well. You dive in with that Ivan Shield. It's Trigger Seed. That's it. The Trigger Seed on top of you. You're slowing everyone up. You're getting another shield on top of your shield you're already getting from your dash in. Thresh as well can get you out of those plays, can get Twitch out of a sticky situation with this Darius, as Corki is the final lock-in here. Ras and Tilly and boys looking to pivot away from this hard kill composition into something that is a bit more pokey, a bit more outragey, but it's very, very squishy, which makes me think Twitch could just burst them all down. I really like what both these teams have gone for, though. Very distinct styles. A little bit less so for Ras and Tilly and the boys because Darius doesn't fit in quite so well, just a bit of a beefy frontliner, maybe just to try and get some threat onto this Switch, onto these enchanters. But I like the rest of what they've gone for, and I really, really like what the Nvidia comp is trying to do.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Darius makes, with the Corki locking, that I think the Darius does make a little bit less sense. Everything else looks like it's going for kind of poke and range. Whereas the Darius, is going to struggle as a result a little bit. Doesn't really have any kind of support. If you had gone for something like a Sion instead, it just kind of offers more tankiness if you did want to tank up there in the top lane. I think the Darius does stick out a little bit. But yeah, on the other side, you do have a ton of poke coming forward from the sort of Lydia, Swell Seeds, Ashe kind of laying down W's, Corki's ultimate, Lux in general, which looks really, really good. I think that works cohesively. But yeah, you're right. All of the kind of like CC, I think what I'm scared about, I guess, is the kind of Lilia being able to land any kind of her sleeps, any kind of Lux bindings or like Ashe ultimate is all kind of like a slow sort of skill shot based. And if Twitch is like, I don't know, ghosting, has a bunch of like movement speed and shields and stuff from the Karma and the Ivan, I can just see him absolutely just treading through the roster that Ras and Tilly and the boys have set up. So it's going to be a case of can that CC land, can that or can the kind of poke land in such a way that Nvidia feel like they can't even engage because they're already too low. It's going to be an interesting kind of back and forth.
It really is. It really is. I cannot wait to get onto the Rift to see how this NVIDIA comp functions. Of course, we have to go to Champ Select once again because DraftLol is a website. Right.
love us,
I
okay.
think the
Right.
EAL deserves tournament round. That's all I'm saying. I don't want to have to do this
Yep.
3.5 minute
Yep.
bloody spectator delays. But no, we are gonna have to go into that. So before we head out, which team do you favor? Because I've looked at these comps and I just, you know what? I like seeing something new. I like seeing something a little bit different and something that's both new and I think good. Right? It's not just like 5 champions solo queue comp. This is clearly something they've thought about for a while, something they've pre-planned. The Karma Flex to the mid lane. I am very similar to Pills. I will give it to the underdogs here. I think NVIDIA have one draft, and I do think they have the tools to win out this game.
I think in the end I do kind of agree. I do quite like poke comps. I think they can work really, really well. But to me, the Darius just doesn't really fit into that. And so I think they're going to find that they do kind of struggle on that end. And also, obviously, it kind of I think it will get mitigated by the shields coming out from Karma and Ivan a lot. I mean, later on, this Karma is just going to be able to kind of mantra E, and everyone's just kind of going to be fine. So I think, for the moment, I do think I favor NVIDIA's comp, but we'll have to see, what Ras and Tilly and the boys have to offer as we do. I'm sure go into this delay for the next couple of minutes, but we will be back for the third game of the
Yes.
day. NVIDIA versus Ras and Tilly and the boys will be live in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
One. Hello everyone and welcome on to the Rift. It's Victor on blue up against Rasen, Tilly and the boys on red. Obviously not names we recognize, a lot of veterans here on Rasen, Tilly. Veterans did win the last match, but they also lost the last match, so it could go either way. But yeah, you see both teams here. Not trying to get as funky on the invade. I think both these teams can benefit from playing it slow. I think it's going to be very interesting to see how this comp from Invicta turns out.
Yeah, I think so. I was stand corrected. It is Houdini at the moment, and actually, hang on a minute, Rasen, are you just dead? Whoa!
Hope misses from Zazu, but it doesn't matter. Rasen walks in, gets taken down. Burger Kingslayer picks that one up for themselves.
Wow, I love this team, Tilly and the boys. I hope they're gonna do really well. Yeah, Rasen just wanted to place a little bit of vision down on the enemy raptors there. Potentially, actually, kind of Grey Fox was looking for some sort of invade. Kindred, Lily are able to sort of take the raptors quite nicely. And as you said, at the draft phase, one of the ways that you do stem or you do kind of attack the Ivan is to steal those camps away, sort of while they're loading, I suppose. But yeah, in the end, kill goes over to Burger Kingslayer.
Great name, by
so,
the way.
I mean, it's not the end of the world, but it's certainly not exactly helpful. As now they're just going to kind of go to the lanes. Jungler starting on the opposite sides of the map as well. Grey Fox is going to move towards this Darius in the early stages, which makes a lot of sense. And my eyes are going to be on this Darius quite a lot, because I think Darius is going to have to get quite a strong lead in order to really make an impact in the later stages. I think if the Darius stays kind of even or falls behind, we're just going to see him just completely get shredded in these later kind of team fights, by the Twitch or just by the fact that he will be so isolated with every other champ on Rasen's team wanting to kind of play back. So yeah, we'll see what Not So Reformed is going to be able to get done in these early stages.
Yeah, I do think the pressure is on up and top lane. Wait, hold on, what's this?
Level
Twitch
2
gank
gank from
coming in.
Houdini.
They managed to get the push under the turret. You often see the push go through and then nothing happened with it. I respect that the Invicta bot lane at least tried to make something happen, you know? Like, so often, you probably see this as AUC as well. Meanwhile, in the top lane, after I thought about that, as Raz the Kindred, that's why I banned the Kindred, manages to find the kill on to Not So Reformed in the top lane, who doesn't even have teleport to make it back to lane.
No, he doesn't. Really, oh, hang on a minute.
Oh my
actually.
gosh.
There you go.
Burger Kingslayer looking to take down one of the old kings of the EAL. Tanks up a turret shot, will not get the kill, but forces out the flash. Massive early advantage here from the team that we said maybe even had the better scaling. Bit of trouble for Rasen, Tilly, and the boys.
Yeah, certainly is. And yeah, just as I said that Darius needed to not go so far behind. Darius goes quite far behind. I think actually kind of caught out by Ivan the way that Ivan can obviously clear. With Ivan starting the top side, you're expecting him to sort of pop his head in the bot side of the map, but what he does instead is kind of proc those top side camps, then head bot side, proc the bot side camps, and then head back top side to then actually capture them, or I suppose set them free in this case. And then obviously then goes for a gank at the top side. So I think that caught Not So Reformed out as now. Guys, do either of you have sweeper or?
Nah, they're just chilling. He's in his prone territory. He's thriving. He's vibing. He's living his best life. But yeah, not gonna be able to find anything. Obviously sitting on that ward. Meanwhile, on the top side, Grey Fox looking for something onto Funko, but Not So Reformed just pushing in this wave. Not gonna be able to find anything at all.
Yeah, so I think just kind of helping Not So Reformed push this one forwards. I would hope that Not So Reformed might actually look for some sort of back, having obviously been killed and wasn't really able to back into anything. Potentially, yeah, just looking to crash this wave and then go for some sort of reset. Grey Fox as well going for a reset as well, got the full clear in. There's actually a nice flip.
Yeah, pulled under the turret. Cassante mini there from Funko. Just can't get a single turret shot. Not So Reformed. Still going to be just fine, but not the sort of trade you want to be taking on a Darius.
No. Yeah, the Darius already seemingly struggling, isn't even able to go to base, so I think, yeah, it's already having quite a hard time, and Rasta Kindred is already pathing up here. Scuttle was taken, so that's going to give some vision of him kind of moving. Or no, it isn't. Excuse me. Just going to kind of move in, is going to get spotted on the ward.
Oh no, you can't be looking for those aggressive trades like that. Not so reformed, not respecting the gank, slowed up, taken down in this top side. Darius, once again, falls to the Ivan.
So this is already just looking really, really kind of negative for Ratatouille and the boys, unfortunately. Yeah, the Darius being this far down and the Darius being your only front line, you're not really, you're not going to be able to kind of poke as this poke composition if you're not really allowed into, the objective, which is likely kind of going to be the case if your front line can't walk forwards either because it's just too far behind. So already looking pretty positive here for Invicta. I mean, Rasta Kindred is already able to kind of put so much stuff down, makes so much happen. And it's only like 10 CS behind the Lilium, which isn't too bad. Houdini already applying the pressure onto Rasen actually. And farming up nicely as Shago could be in trouble.
Grey Fox, you gonna come and help? Turns out doesn't need to.
No.
Shago just gonna get away from this one. Hopefully the slow comes through, but no level 6 means no Daisy. But the root comes through. It's too much damage. Shago ends up falling and Grey Fox just leaves their teammate to the wolves. Oh no, and here comes the collapse in. Nah, not quite.
No, they're just gonna walk away. Yeah, little bit of an odd one watching Grey Fox go for the Scuttle Crab rather than help the fellow mid laner out. Potentially, maybe just kind of thinking that it was already kind of over.
How close they were to level 6. I think they were trying to get level 6 off the crab and couldn't find it. Yeah,
that makes a lot of sense.
It, but we're just 10% out.
Yeah. No, I mean that makes a lot of sense. If Lilia gets access to level 6, that sort of completely turns the fight around. So no, that makes complete sense. Is going to be able to get that level 6 off those bot camps that are up. As actually the bot lane might be in a little bit of trouble. They're
No
the very
level
least taking
6
very low.
Once again, no arrows follow up, no final spark, means no kills over to this bot lane. Meanwhile, it's 4 and 0, 2,000 gold lead at the 7-minute mark here for this Invicta comp. And I talked about how interesting their comp is, but it doesn't even matter because they're just getting ahead in this early game. Sadly, Rasta Kindred not going for that Leandri Ross, didn't go press the attack either, so no fun on this island, but...
Hey, what do you mean? They've gone for the, whatever... Oh, hang on a minute, ultimate. Okay, I think Funkel will be able to live through the bleed there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, at the very least, they're going for some sort of, like a Night Harvester or Rocket Belt.
Has to be Night Harvester. Has to be Night Harvester. Daisy can proc that.
Not Rocket Belt?
I think no. I think it's Night Harvester because Daisy just walks up, whacks someone once, and you're Night Harvester spot. By the way, you can see that Darius, even when behind, even with just a Sheen, can get some serious damage down, especially on Urgot. It does change quite a bit though when Urgot's Funkel hits this level 9. It's super transformative for Urgot to be able to keep their W on indefinitely. Makes their trading pattern so much easier. So Not So Reformed is going to struggle after that point, but at least able to fight their way back against the 3 assist top laner.
Yeah, I think they'll do okay. I think my main worry is when obviously we get towards the kind of later stages and these kind of team fights, how much he's going to be able to get done. But well, certainly that remains to be seen. As they are able to pick up the first Drake here. And yeah, what interests me the most, I suppose, is the kind of kills at the moment from Invicta are both on the like enchanters. So the Twitch hasn't been much of a benefactor of anything.
You say it's on the enchanter. We literally just thought about how he's going to go light faster first. You think
Well,
Ivan's
yes,
an enchanter? He's a mage with a shield in this kit. He's like Annie, honestly.
Okay. Well, yeah, okay, fair
It
enough.
is interesting to see. No kills on Houdini yet.
No, so it's going to be like, I suppose, in a way, Houdini
Well,
will hang on
did I
ice
cast the
for.
cursor? Arrow goes wide. Shots coming out, ticking down to poison. Will not end up falling. Never mind. Yes, they will. But Houdini not going to pay for it with their life. The stealth, the reset is there just in time. Rasen, a sliver of damage away. Less than a single-digit health on this Twitch. Does manage to survive though. Heartbreak in the bot lane.
Oh yeah, that's really unfortunate. I was gonna, I suppose, my point was gonna be that you know, even though the enchanters are kind of ahead, and therefore sort of by kind of relation, the Twitch is going to do well in those team fights, you know, through that. The Twitch at the very least didn't have any kind of advantage in gold over the Ashe, but now it's both, and so this Twitch is going to be a monster in the later fights. Obviously, you know, we're still going to have to wait for at least kind of one or, well, a couple of items to come on board before we really do see that paying off, as Shago actually trading quite nicely right now. Looks like they're going towards the static shift build, which makes a lot of sense as the reason we've kind of seen Corki rise up again in the meta. Is the kind of static shiv also rising in the meta priority. So yeah, I mean, doing pretty well here, but for the time being, Rasa Kindred going to use that advantage to just start up the Herald. I'm guessing this one's probably going to be uncontested. Grey Fox still just going for the constant clear technique of Lilia.
Indeed they are. Indeed they are. Herald going to be just fine. Lilia is a solid. Well, going to be 20 after this.
It's going to be out 20 CS ahead, but I mean, which is good. It's CSing well.
CS, never mind. Nice arrow in the mid lane there from Larssen in the bot lane. Finally picking up on all of that damage. Shago was finding in those good trades, able to get a kill on the board at least. And the gold lead is only 1,000. We're talking a little bit of doom and gloom here for Ralston, Tilly and the boys, but the gold lead isn't that insanely high. Houdini going to be just fine in the spot lane. But yeah, getting that kill back, getting that static shiv online as well. Sadly, 1 CS away from the cull. I know I would have stayed
Lantern for Ivan. Lantern for Ivan.
Oh, flash in, play back, Daisy there. The slow is down. And the kill over to Houdini. But here comes the teleport in. It's not so important. Shago trying to find something back. Package has landed, but Burger King's there, matched on that teleport, and now Twitch has his resets. 2 kills into this rat's back pockets. And I think they're going to be doing just fine about that one.
Yeah, that's a 3-0 Houdini on the Twitch now. That's going to be a pretty fair Twitch. Going to pick up some plates as well. Rasa Kindred still has that Herald as well. Once they get this down, probably the second plate, they'll probably drop it as well. So really just putting a whole lot of gold in the Twitch's back pocket here. Actually, it looks like Houdini might just be holding on to that one, or he's going to drop it just to see bases. But either way, really nice from Invicta there to get that kill as the Drowsy does land.
Oh, the snipe coming through. The shield re-explosion doesn't keep him alive. Nice snipes, and that's what we talked about. The power of the poke from this Ralston, Tilly and the boys comp. Wow, see if they can do it again.
Yeah, we really do. And now, I mean, they are going to benefit from. Oh, as the arrow just goes wide this time around. But Shago is going to benefit hugely from this static shiv now. People will probably be bored to death of talk about static shiv, but actually, Tash is forward there. Hang on a minute.
Raid's coming through. One more Q from Karma will spell the end. Burger King's there with the Burger solo kill. Not the 2-for-1 special quite yet. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Not So Reformed finds the angle onto Funkle despite those early kills.
As
wow. Sheen and boots.
So solo kill in the top lane there for Not So Reformed despite going 0-2 down. That's pretty huge. The solo kill in the mid lane as well. Yeah, my goodness. There's even more fighting.
The flash in from Grey Fox, able to catch out Burger Kingslayer on the overstay, so at least getting something back for it. But now, Grey Fox is off tempo. Herald has been summoned. Not going to be in time to charge on this tower plate spot lane. That's an extra 300 gold or so that's just lost out here for the Invicta side.
I'm not sure why they didn't kind of just drop that when the plates were up and when they were kind of sieging on to the tower. Instead, they're just going to drop it for the sake of getting priority over Drake, which they will secure. So that is, it's still kind of a positive for them. But yeah, not getting as much value out of that as they previously were. And it looks like Grey Fox on the other side is just going to look for something in that top lane. Doesn't have access to the ultimate yet, though. Otherwise, I think Funkle could be in a little bit more trouble. Instead, just going to steal those camps away. And I mean, 2-0, nearly 120 CS, doing really, really well here on that Lilia. Will be really kind of annoying towards the later stages. That sort of multiple, the ability to put multiple people to sleep cannot be underestimated at any point, because if that lands onto multiple members, that could just spell immediate doom there for Invicta. As now actually it looks like they are just setting up for some sort of dive on bot lane, or the Bailey's forcing them away from the tower so they can grab that first tower of the game, as there's an arrow towards the top lane. Is that going to land?
Ooh, nice flash away by Funkel, dodging out on both that apprehend and that arrow. Maybe a bit lucky to dodge away from both, but once again, Rasen. I seem to remember Rasen was pretty good on the snipes on Ashe in previous seasons as well.
Yeah.
On the cross match, so glad to see he still got it.
Yeah, absolutely. As they're collapsing on mid now instead, having broken open bot. Shago could be in a bit of trouble here.
Gonna be sent back to the Nexus. She's going nowhere as Eugenie picks up the kill. Dodged away from that laser. Just about gonna be able to survive. Sees down this turret just a little bit. With support here from Grey Fox and Tilly. Not gonna be able to find anything more. But still, a 1-for-0. Gonna feel good.
Yep, that's not bad at all. You can see, yeah, the reply from Rasen's is okay. They're getting like very near kills from kind of returning, you know, some sort of drowsy coming in from Grey Fox or some kind of Lux Ultimate over the top after the kind of the rest or Invicta being kind of brought to low health bars, but in the end, nothing kind of comes of it. And I think, I mean, it's positive though. I think yeah, as I said, kind of previously, Grey Fox is doing well. Shago is kind of 1-4 at the moment, but it's still a Corki. I think we haven't talked about it too much, but Corki's ability to kind of scale up, be a really kind of hyper carry type kind of late game carry, and the ability for those kind of packages to come over the top of the enemy team in a team fight is definitely not to be underestimated either. As nice hook
hook there from Shazu onto Panini Detilli. Arrow comes in just a little bit too late. So much shielding, not going to keep Eugenie alive. Grey Fox looking for more, slowed up by that cage. Oh, Root goes wide. Now Rasta Kindred forced to flash away. Probably not going to be able to survive. Meanwhile, on the side lane, not so reformed, able to find that solo kill as well. And suddenly, a bunch of life has been injected into Rasen and the boys. 10 and 7 now, and equalize that gold lead.
Yeah, they're doing really, really well all of a sudden. Burger King Slayer drops to Not So Reformed at the top lane. So that's the second time Not So Reformed has been able to pick up a solo kill, despite the deficit he was put in. And I think we're kind of feeling the downside of the Lilia basically just being allowed to free farm. 150 CS, 4-0 now, is doing so much damage and so much work. Rasen as well, as we said previously. I mean, these arrows are doing really, really well. Already got kind of like flashes out of certain members, kills as well. And they're going to be able to pick up the Drake, oh not Drake, sorry, Herald, and potentially a kill.
The apprehend lands, but so do those gunshots. Nice!
Oh, there it is!
Drowsy, the bowling ball is there. Grey Fox forced to flash away. The root doesn't quite connect. Funkyle almost dies, teleporting in, but is going to be just about fine. Herald, though, is picked up by Rasen, Tilly, and the boys. No response from Invicta.
Rasen has to be a little bit careful here. Grey Fox is in the area, but doesn't really have like flash or ultimate or anything like that. As the two solo lanes of Invicta are looking to just nice catch.
Nice snipe there from Funkel, obviously helped out by the pressure of the root. Meanwhile, though, in the top lane, there's a bit of a play going on. Finding lands. Eugenie is already dead. Rasta Kindred trying to body block with their Daisy. No Lilting Lullaby means no further kills. But a good catch there on to Eugenie. Means that Rasta and boys still managed to make it a 1-for-1.
Yep, 1-for-1 trade comes in for them. I suppose the trade-off they are able to, or Burger King Slayer and Funkel were able to get that power as well as the TP in.
Nice route for me. Tilly will fall away. Rasen, Kindred can cancel their back. The shields are too much. Ras, the Kindred will survive. Naito from Sazu will secure this kill. Double over to Burger King Slayer.
Yeah, this team, the boys, are doing very well. Sorry, I never made that joke before, but like, I'm not sure why Rasen stayed there. To be completely honest, I think just kind of consign Tilly to death and base, but instead, looks to try and fight it. They both go down.
Ride together, die together, man. And that's something you don't realize. You don't understand the companionship
True.
between two
That's
brothers.
why I'm hard stuck plat, is that I just don't. I don't stay.
You don't
to my
suicide enough.
support.
Don't suicide enough.
I don't suicide enough. Yeah, that's absolutely no. That makes complete sense. As it looks as though that Drake is gonna go down. So third Drake of the game, and putting themselves on Soul Point. But on the other side, you have given up kind of control over Baron. You can already see pings towards it as well. Actually, double kind of shred items here for Grey Fox, as well as kind of double ADC sort of. But yeah, no, they're just going to back away from this one instead. And Victor going to move in.
Yeah, only going to be able to get that top lane tier 1 in exchange for that soul point coming out
Yeah.
from
Oh, they're
Invicta.
turning.
as
Are they just going for Baron?
Daisy hits it, they got started. They don't have any choice. The
Yeah,
iron
Daisy
bushes,
wanted it. So.
the iron bushes are really useful at this point. This is so hard to go for this Smite Steel Grey Fox. Does not have the flash to hook over the wall as well. Blast Cone is there. Team fight about to unfold. Laser connect onto number. QGD has been flagged. Not so
Furious.
bad early game. Who gives a damn? Reset the bound. Grey Fox kills off Funko. And the triple kill over to Not So Reformed. Baron to Rasentilli and the boys. And a little bit of greed gets a whole lot of punished.
Oh my word, a triple kill comes in for Nozza Reform. This entire time I was thinking about like team fights going, you know, being like the normal front to back way of doing it, but instead, in this case, everyone was just kind of gathered around the pit and then Nozza Reform just pops the ghost and just is able to just walk into the backline with absolutely zero contest.
They
Everyone
knew he was
else.
there. They saw him on the top wave, just not respecting him.
Yeah. It's like everyone else I think was just focused on the rest of the team, I guess, and like buffing up the Twitch and making sure that he could do what he needed to do, but it's like, the guys, there's the Darius.
That's the
And
issue with the
he is-
Jugger Twitch comp, right? If
Right.
the Twitch is dead, you're just jugged. There's no
Yeah.
way of winning out these fights without this Twitch. I mean, unless Urgot... I know Urgot's good, but I don't think he's that good, right? It's
No, and
so
you're not going to be
difficult.
able to match the Darius in the side lane either. With him going for the kind of like Trinity Force build and it looks like the Hull Breaker as well. He's now actually going to become quite a big side lane threat that I don't think the Urgot's going to be able to really deal with.
I mean, luckily gonna have that Titanic Hydra, gonna make wave clear a little bit easier, but won't be able to do much
And
but
the
stall out. Oh my gosh! At the
both.
same time,
And he bought both.
Maybe-
2 items in one back.
maybe he had a chat for Burger King Slayer, because that's a 2-for-1 deal.
Yes, no, but yeah. Did he even kill Burger King Slayer in that? I can't even. It doesn't matter.
I've been wanting to
The
make
take
a
of the
Burger
joke.
King 2-for-1
Yeah,
joke this
okay.
entire bloody game. There's no better time than someone buying 2 items, okay?
It's true.
But seriously,
No,
this
that's-
Darius just like went from. They skipped the second evolution. They're now, well, not their final form, but they're pretty damn close. I think
Yeah,
it's gonna be
almost level
so
16 as well. Same for Grey Fox. That's huge. Like how far ahead Grey Fox is.
my God,
I mean, to be able to
it's
get
4
access to level, 4 levels ahead. Obviously, and actually, like because Wrath of the Kindred hasn't gone for this kind of more supportive build, it actually matters quite a lot more. But Grey Fox is so far ahead, and on top of that, getting access to Lily is level 16. You know,
It's 2
third
items
and final
behind.
ult upgrade.
How is everyone on Rasentilli and friends like 2 items ahead of their lane opponent, apart from mid lane and bottom. But like top lane
So-
is, jungle is. It's so unnatural.
Well, so
man.
even mid lane, you just look like the CS advantage is insane. Same, you know, like across the whole sort of top side of the map. It like they have just gathered more gold, right?
For a
and
Jugger
actually, you look
Twitch
at-
composition, their Twitch does have less CS than 3 members on the enemy team.
Yeah, like it's. I mean, yeah, it's insane how much Grey Fox has been able to CS up. Shago as well. Like the moment they got a hold of the kind of static shift, it's basically just free wave clear. And so yeah, suddenly the CS numbers just kind of jump up. Again, you know, you are kind of comparing it to something like a Karma that is going for the more kind of, you know, full support items, but you know, it's still money that's being lost. As now Nozza Reformed is going to have to 2v1 this, but can he do it?
Level 15, no level 16 true resets yet. Hops the ghost, arrow doesn't connect, and now the 2v1ers have decided they don't want to tassel with this, at least not until Hujini shows up. Flash forward, condemned over the top, pulled in, executed. That's a good shutdown, at least into the Urgot. A nice amount of gold for them, but on the bot side, You do commit 3 members. Shago will get the push in. Gonna be able to do some serious work on this turret. Plus, positional advantage is gonna be massive for this next Drake.
But the Drake is spawning in 20 seconds. Not so Reformed is only respawning in 30 and doesn't have a
true.
TP.
True.
It's a really, I think that's a huge mistake from Not so Reformed there. A huge overstay. Like, he was out, decided to kind of go back in because they were running away and still just dies anyway. And now, yeah, I think this could just be free Soul, to be completely honest. Like, how do you fight without without your Darius?
It's gonna be a good snipe from Grey Fox. It's gonna be like the perfect pick down.
Oh, there we go. Got the E. Maybe.
Gonna play back. Will the root come through? Not quite. The lasers not enough. Objective bounty has been claimed. Soul has been claimed. The gold lead is now basically equalized. But Funko, Rastakindred running from this package. Shago going in. Funko. That's not funky. Almost manages to pick Shago up in return, but not quite in the end. Losing 1 for Soul, maybe 2. The arrow, the sleep, the burst is too much. They do lose 2 for it. How much more can Rassen, Tilly, and the boys get off this push? Oh no, Chazaru, Grey Fox hungry for blood, smells it. Rassen flashing forwards, picks up the kill.
Oh, Houdini.
Meanwhile, Not So Reformed getting go by Houdini, ticking down to the passive. 1 more. The shield will keep them just about alive, but forced to back away from these turrets. Inhibitor 1, Inhibitor 2 will surely fall. And Rassen, Tilly, and the boys, despite a disastrous early game, have managed to farm their way back in. Even up against the Soul, I think they're in a very favorable position.
Yeah, I agree. I think they did lose the Soul, but the amount of stuff that they got in return was huge. The kills, they've got 2 inhibitors down as well, and with Baron spawning in about 20 seconds, they could probably look to reset, cash in that gold that they have ended up gaining. They're stealing away these camps as well, and potentially just kind of position themselves for some sort of Baron. But they might actually just get caught out here if they overstayed on this steal.
Oh, Not So Reformed getting torn apart. A little bit of the repeats of the mistakes we saw in the early game, getting picked off. And these aren't chances you need to be giving to them, Victor, Rassen, Tilly, and the boys. You don't need to be staying this long. You're in a perfectly good spot. But now the Baron has been started up, and once again you rely on Grey Fox to make their way in. Now we did see what happened last time. The team fight happened, but that was with a Darius. None this time. Lilting Lullaby is available though. All pulled out. 1.5k stolen away over the wall. Grey Fox with the steal, but shut down over to Houdini. Teleport out will not be found. It's a 1 for 1. Oh no, the reset has been cancelled. Teleport away is true, but Rassen now chasing them down. Tezaru, Rastakindred trying to make their way out. The slow will clip, but it won't be enough. But I don't think there's much hope for this Thresh. And you lose 2 for 1, and you'll lose out on the Baron. Disastrous play there for Victor.
Yeah, really nice steal there for Grey Fox, and then yeah, I think a little bit awkward kind of trying to run away. Multiple members just trying to like TP out, but just kind of gets interrupted. Sazu, the fancy footwork not going to quite work out. Yeah, in the end, it is just going towards Rassen, Tilly, and the boys, I think, in terms of positives. They do, Not So Reformed does need to kind of, is getting picked out a little bit too much. I think they do need to just kind of maybe dial it back a little bit, just so that they can guarantee the next team fight is going to be a win for them, because they really don't want to go down Elder.
They are up against the 3-item Twitch. I do want to point that out. Twitch has now finished the 3rd item. They get the massive shutdown to Grey Fox as well. Now, still an item behind that Lilia, but...
And we saw those shields, around the Baron. They did end up kind of like losing the fight, but those shields look really quite strong.
Trying to push in some more. Only Not So Reformed had that Baron buff on them. This we saw how difficult. Nice arrow cleansed away by Houdini. That's going to be a cooldown that's not up for this Elder fight. Shouldn't be too impactful otherwise, so these inhibitors will be down as well, so they're going to have to deal with super minions pushing in on the top side. Unless the game ends right here, the Hullbreaker doing so much work for Not So Reformed.
Alice is so bad.
Inhibitor will fall. It's a 3 in-hit double minion wave situation. Sanjuru goes in, Hook does not connect. Grey Fox building Lullaby onto everyone. It's a 4-man sleep. Grey Fox finds the play quadra kill over to Not So Reformed, and just like that, Ras and Tilly and the boys should never have doubted them. Shutdown goes over, but the game will go to Ras and Tilly and the crew.
Wow. Yeah, in the end, you could see the kind of idea that the Invicta had with the comp that they had. But yeah, I think Lilia took, Grey Fox there took full advantage of the fact that they just kind of got to scale for free, translated that into some really, really kind of big team fight wins, as well as just skirmish wins, and Not So Reformed having a really, really great comeback there on the Darius, picking up the triple kill, and then the quadra kill to boot. Yeah, really, really nicely played in those later sort of team fights.
Yeah, really unfortunate to see that. Obviously, so many bright spots there for Victor, right? So we saw in the top lane, Funkel having a really good time with the Saga, just getting solo kill, called out a couple of times. Jenny almost able to make the players have enough damage, but unfortunately, Jugger Twitch, it does suffer if the Twitch can't free hit in these fights. And it's quite difficult, right? Especially when Grey Fox was running rampant, only died once. MVP for me, for sure. But that's not the last game we've got tonight. We've got one more coming up. It's Grievous International up against Element C. And I hope it's a calm one. I hope it's not a 2-kill-a-minute game, because I forgot how much I enjoy casting AL and how many kills there are in these goddamn matches.
There are so many kills.
We're going to be right back. Don't go anywhere. Last game of the night, Grievous International versus Elements. We'll see you there. Hello, everyone, and welcome back for the last game of the day. It's going to be ELZ up against GIP. And these teams are on the wrong side, and I thought they were, so I need to change my draft overlay.
Yeah, no worries at all. Yeah, no, it's going to be Griefers versus Elements.
Yeah.
So, it's going to be a fun one. I think Griefers aren't a team that I have kind of like seen too much of. So I don't have a huge amount of like data on them, I suppose. And they don't play too much looking at their OP.GGs, so there isn't a huge amount to go on. On the other side of things, we've already kind of seen elements that they're doing pretty well so far. Kind of big, like Ornn, Kai'Sa, Soraka, that kind of thing. Ornn especially is something that's played by like I think three members of the team. So probably want to get rid of that one on their side. We'll just have to see sort of how things play out, what they kind of want to get rid of. Hopefully it'll be a good old game.
Hopefully, indeed. Hopefully, indeed. I want to see one more banger today. Like, we've had a couple of bangers already, but I want another one.
Had a couple of bangers. Yeah, I mean, we can always go for one more. Like, why not, right?
In a mass. Look, at least we said we couldn't talk about it in the middle of the last game, but Vitality lost.
Vitality lost to BDS.
To a very nice settle as well. Not quite mirroring
Yeah.
what happened here, unfortunately.
They were like 3k gold up when they lost.
4K gold up, I believe.
Was it
Actually,
4K?
at
Yeah,
one point.
okay.
Definitely. I saw a
So-
Reddit comment. You know, I just believe whatever Reddit says to me, regurgitate it. I'm
So,
thinking-
I mean, the takeaway is that it's the day for banger games, and it's so. I mean, and already, yeah, we've had a good showing of it. Hopefully, in this case, the Griefers are going to be able to kind of show up here. Obviously, I think. I think they might be a little bit more of a kind of for fun team, which is obviously not a problem at all. So we'll see how they're able to kind of match up against Element Z here, and hopefully kind of give us a little bit of a fun one. One thing to just kind of mention, I think Elements they have lost a ban, so when we do get into draft, if you do see that they have dropped one, that will be why, as you can see already. Yeah, so they've already kind of dropped their first ban, banned Victor as well as Kai'Sa and Melia already being taken off the board. So I mean, yeah, Kai'Sa is something that is played by the Elements bot laner a lot, so that makes a lot of sense. Amelia is just overpowered, so that one's going to be removed as well as Hecarim and Ashe are the last bans.
Well, debatably, Kai'Sa's pretty strong as well. Yeah, but Griefers International.
Yeah.
Not wanting to grief it, just taking away those power picks. Ashe taking off the board. We saw Rassen struggle a bit in the early game, but obviously those Ashe ults, Enchanted Crystals, are so impactful. Buying that out. Victor Azalji is very stable control mage. Let's see what Element decides to do here. And his first pick,
Ornn.
you talked about this, Ornn Flex.
Yeah.
This champion
Oh,
is...
yeah.
I don't know if he's first pickable. I'd like to see it punished. I think there is room to punish it from Griefers International. But I think it's a very dependable champion, especially if you can play it in the jungle. I know you played on jungle for a while.
I have played on jungle. I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna rant if I talk about on jungle, man, because like his ability, like Futures Market, plus his ability to just kind of build items on the fly. You get hold of like Balmy Cinder. It's so good. I mean, I'm not sure if they would kind of flex it into the jungle. It is at the very least the case that both the top laner and the mid laner plays a lot of Ornn, so I think like it genuinely could be a flex, and I don't think mid Ornn is terrible by all means. I think it's a perfectly good pick. As on the other side, Corki going to be picked up. We already saw Shaco do pretty well with that champion in the last game.
Vayne?
As Vayne gets locked in
Is this
as well.
a Vayne
So
top?
it could be a Vayne top.
Oh my
I mean, it could
gosh.
just be left as a flex, right? You're just kind of saying, well, yeah, if you put the on top, great. We'll just put the Vayne top as well.
I would not want to play Vayne into Aphelios, though. I feel like that matchup would be very difficult because Aphelios will get sniped, gonna go pew pew pew, and it's nothing. This is very serious, Dom. There's nothing funny about that, but we'll just outrange you at all points in the game. Being able to point and click root you seems something very not fun for Vayne, and being able to out damage you at close range, which is where Vayne wants to be, with red and white. Seems like a terrible matchup. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see this Vayne put towards that top lane, towards Ornn. Or at least I hope that's what Griefers International think you're doing.
I hope so. I think they might. I'd still like to see them kind of hold out on picking like a second ADC, just so that it is kind of left open as to what they're doing. I'd rather see them go towards some sort of like jungle or mid laner on their third picks. Lulu looks like it's being
Or
hovered to be paired
perhaps
with Aphelios.
A Blitzcrank on 3.
Yes,
I
yeah,
think this is a very
Blitzcrank could
nice
work quite well.
Blitzcrank angle. Obviously, you don't want to hook the Ornn, but Aphelios Lulu, it's like the counter pick, especially if you've got something killy you can play in that bot lane. You've already got a lot of reliable wave clear with Corki here. It means you're not going to have to index towards something like a Jinx or whatever. You can play something with a little bit more early damage. Even Lucian on new patch has been buffed with these engage quote unquote supports. And there it is,
look at
locked
that.
in. I even think it could go well with
good.
Vayne because I talked about the Aphelios outrange. That's not going to happen if Blitzcrank pulls you in close.
Yeah, no, I like it's such a good kind of disruption tool against the fellas Lulu that just kind of wants to like stare you in the face and out trade you. It really kind of disrupts the ability to do that. Also, actually has quite a lot of sort of ability to stop Ornn from completing the Ornn Horn with the kind of silence and the multiple kind of CC. So that could be something that we look that might come into play as well. Vi is being hovered at the moment on the ban table, makes a lot of sense. Ari's already been taken away because yeah, I mean the kind of jungle and mid pools I'm expecting to kind of get targeted. Vi, Akshan taken away. They could also, if Elements want to take away more junglers, they could look towards something like the Wukong,
This
Viego.
speaks to me. It's going to be a mid pick on 4 here, keeping the Vayne flex open. Oh, but no, it's already Corki. Why are you? Oh, they're just trying to protect Corki. Never mind. My brain's tired. Unless it's Corki jungle, of course. Corki AD carry could be. No, but just trying to keep Corki from being targeted. Ari, of course, so much kill potential.
Yeah.
Not wanting that to go into Element's hands, and
Interesting,
Darius
so-
banned out as well. One of those juggernauts that can play very well into these tanks. Though I surprised to see it taken off the board with the Vayne already picked up. As Lee Sin here locked in for Grievous International on 4, keeping that flex wide open.
Yeah, so it's I think they're just kind of worried about the Ornn just getting counterpicked in the Vayne and going, or like counterpicked harder, I guess. Then, but I don't know how you could counterpick harder.
Or the Ornn being flex mid.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, they're just kind of going for the Darius ban. Lee Sin gets locked in. Lee Sin's received a couple of buffs. I'm going to stay positive. Is looking a little bit of a kind of better state than he was. Still not something that we're seeing too kind of often and too common. I think you do have to kind of outplay quite heavily. As Talia being hovered with a Maokai already locked in. We've already seen multiple Maokai jungles, just a really, really kind of solid jungle pick at the moment. Talia gets locked in as well. So we'll be Ornn up in the top lane, Talia in the mid lane. And we'll see now what Grievous decide to do, where the Vayne is actually going. As you said, Casual, I think I'd quite like to see the Vayne into the Ornn here, and then you could look for sort of something else into the bot lane. But then again, you could just kind of pick Sion, trade kind of...
Is that a Ryze top?
Is that Ryze top? Is it Corki top?
I think Corki.
Maybe?
I was going to say, I think Corki can play quite well into Ornn, right? Actually, no, I remember, I think it was even in the EAL, someone picked Corki into Ornn and got dumpstered on the champion. Just got solo killed over and over. It was a big name. It might have been Rassen or something. Picked Corki into Ornn and just got killed on cooldown. Any boomers in chat remember who that was? Or if I'm just talking out my ass? Anyway, it is an interesting pick to see this Ryze. Could go on either side. Either mid lane or top lane.
Yeah.
I don't know. I do want to say Grievous International do have a lot of quote unquote scaling on that comp, but I'm not actually sure it is true scaling. Because you look at Elements comp, they've got a lot of zone control, like a lot of zone control. You've got the Ornn Horn coming down, Nature's Grasp.
Yeah.
You've got Aphelios, turrets, or Gravitum, or whatever. Lulu, even Talia, right? There's so much zone control. I think even though Grievous International do have a bit of scaling advantage, their comp is significantly less harmonized, right? You've got Corki wanting to play, you've got Vayne needing to go in, you've got Ryze wanting to play on sides or needing to be in close range. I think the only thing they've really got going for them is this Blitzcrank. I personally hand the draft over to Elements just because of how much zone control they have and how difficult it's going to be for the Grievous International comp to play at the range they need to play at.
Yeah, Elements have a lot of zone control, and Griefer's comp doesn't really have a front line to sort of pair those two together. It's like if the Maokai and the Ornn kind of ult forwards, who tanks that? Like someone, the Maokai ult is big enough that we literally kind of saw it in the previous games. Teams kind of get around it by hiding behind your kind of like tank, or the person that is going is kind of, you want to be rooted the most, I suppose, and then everyone else piles behind it so that that route kind of expires, and there's only kind of one member that gets rooted. In this case, whoever gets rooted here is just going to immediately kind of like die. And then that's going to be it. Even if it's maybe you sacrifice the Blitzcrank, but then you're losing kind of your like only engaged tool really. And so I don't really know how Griefers are going to kind of manage those big ultimates, and if they get hit, what are they going to really do? How do they counteract that? So yeah, I think they do have to get. Yeah, the Blitzcrank's going to have to be a bit of an X factor here. They do have scaling, and kind of the point of picking either kind of the Corki or the Rise into the Ornn is it should be a fairly free lane to do that, so long as they don't kind of throw it too hard, get caught out by Ornn's surprising damage. But yeah, I'm yet to be convinced by the Griefers comp. I think it has to be said. But I'm sure, yeah, shortly we will be heading into that final game of the week.
Look, all I want to say is, final point is...
Oh yeah, sure, go for it.
You're saying
Final
the
point.
Griefers comp is a bit grief? I think they're in their comfort zone right now. I think they know exactly what they're going to do. They're going to hook Aphelios, Lulu off cooldown. They're going to get this stuff. But we're going to have to see if that pathetic dream, fever dream perhaps, comes true after the break. Just while we wait for spectator delay, don't go anywhere. Last match of the night, Elements up against Griefers International. Catch you on the flip side. Hello, everyone, and welcome on to the Rift for the final game of the night. It's Electrum's. Oh wait, what is it?
Elements.
Elements. Thank you. I don't know why my brain is very tired. I watched 6 hours of the cartoon at Ruby because it's not very good, but my friend wanted to watch it, and I don't speak to her very often, so I did.
Ruby is in like
Summoner's Rift.
The RWB right. Anyway,
oh,
not important.
yeah.
It's not what's on the screen. I might be goofing the cast, but it's Reapers International on the red
30
side.
seconds until minions spawn.
It certainly is.
Indeed. With a bit
So
of a
it
great
looks
draft.
like it is. Yeah, it's double. Okay, I'm just going to ignore the summoners of the bot lane there. It does look like it's Corky top. Has gone for the like first strike as well. So clearly, obviously, just kind of looking to farm up and scale up, and hopefully won't get caught out by the Ornn, because we've already, I think, as you said. I mean, yeah, Ornn just has a surprising amount of damage. If you do get caught by him, he can
Minions
one-shot
have
you,
spawned.
despite being a tank. But yeah, the idea here for BuBu is just to kind of scale up, just farm, be safe. It's on the other side. I mean, it's a very obvious like front to back, right? You've got the Ornn and Maokai for your engage. Taliyah is really great follow-up for that, and you've got the classic Aphelios Lulu duo. So yeah, I mean, the comp for Elements looks really, really strong. It's going to be on Griefers to kind of show what they can do here with the slightly more solo QE looking playstyle, as well as Milan. I want to see what this Lee Sin can get done. I mean, it's I don't know.
It's hard
Lee
to
Sin,
analyze the comp, which is Corki,
Right.
Lee Sin, Ryze, Vayne, Blitzcrank.
But it's kind of like what that genuinely, that looks like something straight out of solo queue. That's not like Flame at all. It's literally just, when you see Lee Sin, you're looking for like a ton of setup, right? You're kind of potentially pairing it with like a LeBlanc for the LeBlanc kind of change of corruption, Syndra for the scatter the weak, Taliyah, will work quite well. But you haven't got that really. I mean, you have a kind of Ryze route, but Ryze is kind of looking more kind of scaly. And yeah, on the top side with the kind of Corki, it's not a Renekton. It's not going to give you. It's not really going to give you anything. So
Early on,
Lee
not
Sin-
give you anything early on, right?
Well, yeah,
it will
early
scale
on,
up pretty
for
well,
sure.
but
yeah.
that's not going to
Basically,
matter if you can't make it to
Your
the early
CC is Blitzcrank and Blitzcrank only. So
game. Ryze route as well. Come on, point and click.
yeah, there's the point and click Ryze route. Okay, and maybe if that gets first blood, I'll be sure to just completely eat my words. But for the time being,
I'm gonna keep it real, Dom. I don't
Yeah.
think we're seeing a first blood for quite some time, unless it's in this spot lane. Unless
I think you
Nixu-
underestimate the power of the EAL.
Very true, very true. I mean,
We do love a fight.
We do love a fight. I mean, that's my job, right? As we see
Speaking
here,
of which,
Rector not going to take a fight here. Just going to spot out Milan very low.
there's no smite for
Just-
Milan
just
either,
flash
and there is for
W in.
Rector. Yeah,
And he's dead. Flash W auto Q. Not going to commit for it.
smite. There it is.
Will
I
still
mean,
get the
yeah,
drop.
could have got a kill there for sure. I mean, it is just going to secure the grab and force Milan away, and then probably move on to double scuttles as well. So it is pretty disastrous. In fact, actually, just moving towards this bot lane because Griefers, they've not moved.
Yeah, Griefers, I can't keep making that joke, man.
I don't-
Will give up first blood though. Unique is dead. Hook though.
Nice.
That's a 100% hit rate from Duxtu. Not sure what else there is much to say about that though.
Yeah,
Nice done
I-
by Rector to realize the opportunity, but really, Fire Unique and Nexu overstay their welcome. Miles too long. Your jungle has been forced out.
Yeah.
You know Rector is full health walking down towards your lane.
Oh,
Milan.
and Milan's just gonna fight. Okay,
Yeah!
immediately back away. Yeah, I think. Okay, I'm gonna defend the bot lane play. Well, not fully defend it. Obviously, like it was completely a grief. I think that the wave was just in a really, really bad state. It was kind of like pushing. It was pushing away from them, and so if they wanted to be anywhere near the wave, they did need to be that far forwards, and they suddenly kind of lost their jungler to kind of help them kind of push that out or cover for them. But yeah, in that kind of instance, if that does happen to you, it's unfortunate, but you are just going to have to move away from the wave. You just give up the CS. It's not worth dying over, but that is exactly what they did, and they are going to fall down as a result. And they
Oh,
it means
there's
that they
a-
are about
so
half
gank in the
gold
mid
in the
lane?
hole. Yeah, gank
Alright.
in the mid lane.
Vector does manage to find the kill. I'm gonna.
Yeah.
You know,
We're just gonna.
we're just gonna brush over it, man. It's
Yep.
unfortunate to see. I think Ganko found a very nice stop back there on seismic shove. But it's so easy to gank with this Marco, but the point and click CC root coming through.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm willing to bet that we didn't quite see it. I think, given that Roman did kind of flash, I'm guessing that potentially there was like a flash
Oh,
as the advance came
no.
forwards, maybe that then just got like followed up by Talia.
Yeah, yeah.
That makes the most sense to me. It's quite an easy way to just kind of grab that kill. As now, what I'm expecting to see, Yanko just ticked over to level 6. So I'm expecting to see a little bit of a roaming coming out. Because with that kill, or at least the assist, I think this Leah should be able to get some push these waves out and look to put pressure. I mean, mostly on the bot lane. You're not really looking to gank normal too much. But you can certainly look
But
to
Milan
put the
did manage to get the Gromp back. Still with revenge on the other side of the map.
Yeah.
So, not
Yeah,
everything
I mean,
is
he's 10
lost, but-
CS ahead. Like, I don't
Fair
know. Rector's not been doing a whole lot of CSing.
Yeah,
I mean, has been getting
killing.
kills.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I think we can probably let him off for that one. But I mean, yeah, Lee Sin's farming quite nicely against the Maokai at the moment. He's also looking for a gank at the top lane, but is level 4.
Yeah, missing out on that Sonic Wave. Not much more you can do there, especially considering, Lee Sin like have a little bit of setup CC for his ganks. Corki provides none of that. So
Yeah. It's like you QQ onto a Ornn, and the Ornn just sort of says, "Okay, I'll walk away." Oh dear.
yeah, solo kill in the mid lane onto Roman DGJ. No, DJG even.
DJG, yeah, that's right. And they're gonna rush towards the Merc Treads. Makes a lot of sense against this kind of Talia Maokai duo, but you have already dropped twice as.
It is a very sad looking build. It's blue build, but it is
Yeah.
when your blue build's Merc Tread Sapphire Crystal tier, you are not going to be
Yeah.
doing anything in the
No.
fight.
I think rushing towards the boots, I do understand it, but having, because you've not gone towards either, I suppose, like Lost Chapter or towards the sort of component for Order of Ages that gives you the mana regen, you are, I mean, you do have a tier and a Sapphire Crystal, but I think you are just going to kind of run yourself out of mana
Milan,
quite
you're on the
quickly.
ward, brother.
Milan.
They know
Oh.
Vector's in there. They throw like Q, but they still look for the fight. Hook connects on to Hemostasis though. Doesn't mean
Oh,
too
double
much
heal,
in the
there it
end.
is.
Oh, that's insane, baby. The value coming through. Look at the cooldowns. They're almost exactly synced.
Yep.
Now that's gaming right there.
Well, so Milan did actually get out of that one, expended the flash to do so, and the double heal did come out as well. But they were able to survive. But yeah, still kind of losing out in a lot of places.
When you're playing Lee Sin against a Maokai and in a gank you survive, that's not a good gank for Lee Sin.
No, it's a little bit rough. I mean, yeah, I'm trying to think of sort of positives. For the moment, they are kind of down like 1,000 gold.
They're even on CS.
Yeah,
in all
exactly.
lanes,
They're CSing okay, right? They've got they do have good scaling options. I'm going to keep saying it until the Nexus explodes. Maybe they scale, but it's definitely going to be tricky. And I think especially you mentioned the kind of Vayne struggling, and I think when we were in draft, I think that is like a really important kind of point. I'm unconvinced by how much Vayne is going to be able to get done against like Maokai, Ornn, Talia, Aphelios, Lulu. Like the entire roster is built.
gosh,
Feels
you're
like
right.
it's built to just like shut this champion down. And
I
if
mean-
you haven't got a Vayne to do stuff, then you've got to rely on your solo laners.
This is what happens
So-
when you see an Ornn picked first, and you're like, we need to pick a Vayne. We can shred the tank. It's like it's almost like monkey see, monkey do drafting in a way. Right.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, maybe there was something we're missing, right? Like, I'm very tired at the moment. I'm not high as Elo as a lot of these players, but I just can't.
I think
Well,
the best
I maybe
way-
see the concept, but
Yeah.
also let's play the game out.
the best way to counter an Ornn isn't to pick like an ADC top, even though you can like
Well, I
destroy
mean,
an Ornn.
They should have
It's to pick like Fiora, right? Like
Yeah.
I think
or Gwen,
the problem,
even, right?
Yeah, or Gwen. I think Gwen was even something that BP plays a little bit. So yeah, I was confused when I didn't see a Gwen because I suppose, like ADC top lanes can end up struggling to flash forward. Yanko.
Yanko didn't autumn, doesn't need it. Roman DGJ has fallen once again in the mid lane. And it's hard to even talk about much when you look at the mid lane, right? It's 2-0-1
Oh,
to
Beauty's
Leah.
dead. Oh,
Oh, Beauty on
has got the package.
what are
is-
you
what is-
doing? What are you doing, brother?
Oh my. He's on a mission. Trailblazing.
Oh.
Uh,
Oh yeah! Look at him, he's gaming! Oh my
There he
god!
goes.
And
He's out.
of there. Unless the Ornhorn comes.
flash. Oh no.
Ornhorn comes through, knockup is there. Yanko.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
Um.
I just don't have any words for what they just saw. You know, did anyone watch the Vitality game yesterday? Did anyone see how Larson ran the entirety of Vitality around their jungle? I think BB was trying to do that and almost succeeded. Did almost make it onto their turret, but just ended up getting caught. But look, it has created enough time to. Why are you teleporting there?
Don't question, okay?
I
have a method.
I don't understand.
What? Look! They might get a kill. The
Oh
kick.
my god. Hook coming out, not quite yet off cooldown. Like the attempted dive is always good, but
Oh, there's the Herald in the mid lane.
it's not even it's like it's not that they're playing bad, they're just playing bizarrely, right?
It's
like-
weird.
It's not like they're doing nothing and or they're just getting out. It's like they're making decisions that I
Here's the
would
thing though,
make at this
Casual.
stage.
That control ward is still over the blue buff. So, is it worth?
Debatably,
look,
debatably.
They can see it. Like they can see the enemy blue buff. I can also see Yanko making the way towards BB now. No flash for BB, no package.
No health bar either. Yanko just takes that one out. They got turret in the mid lane while their mid lane was roaming top lane. They got 5 plates on this mid lane turret!
Yes, they did. I
I
suppose. I mean, well, with Yanko, I don't think anyone got that local gold. I think the minions just killed it, right? So,
well, that's a
a
very
little bit
smart
of a-
play by
Oh,
Roman. That's a very dead. Never mind. That's caster cast forever. Whatever. Well, Roman's dead again.
they get a plate, which is nice. So the question now,
What
would
am
it be
I
a perfect
watching?
game?
That's my question. Well, it's already a perfect game to me. This game is the perfect League of
Oh,
Legends.
I love this. Yeah, this is just brilliant.
Milan,
As
don't-
Milan,
Milan,
yeah,
doesn't.
I mean,
Yeah, it's so hard when you're this far behind though, right? 5k
Right.
gold at 13-minute mark, 8 kills down. You've lost all your plates in the mid lane turret. You're gonna lose more on the bot lane.
Yeah.
ADC has to reset at half health so they don't get those. Hook under the turret, you're not doing. No,
you
don't
actually
tell me
you
Linsu
pie
died.
for that. No, he's gone.
No,
That's
he's
it.
dead.
Turret plating
Yeah, Aphelios Gaming.
Yeah, that's kind of gaming right there. It's-
Yeah, I mean, you can just see Rector and Gyanko just kind of like run the map, right? Like,
Yeah.
they're just kind of roaming around together. As you said, the mid lane tower's gone, so Gyanko can just go wherever the hell they want.
making great use of this Soler, if I'm honest.
Oh yeah, doing it really, really well. Rector as well, playing, having a really good game on the Maokai, really kind of putting pressure on Milan, constantly invading at good kind of timing
Oh
windows.
my gosh, not
Vayne
again. Not again.
is- Ooh, not quite.
Just about lives.
He's alive. Yeah,
Turret won't.
yeah. Turret's gonna fall.
Double static shift.
No one can really. Oh, it's a
That's
static shift
interesting.
Vayne.
That's interesting.
Well,
You know,
so
I
Vayne was
respect-
one of the champions that they did add some like AP scaling to, right? For the sake of kind of building things like the Kraken Slayer and the static shiv. So
Well, you mean the Ginsus, right? 'Cause the static shift doesn't.
Oh,
give it.
and the
I
the
know a lot of
Ginsus.
the bonks have been building it, right? But static shift doesn't actually give any
Yeah.
AP.
no, I suppose the
Oh boy!
it's
Roman DJG called out again. Root coming through. Root
Meow.
Meow. Taken down. 176 gold. That's when you know it's a bit dire.
destroyed.
top lane
Ornn-
tower's gone as well.
Ornn took first turret against the Corki with static shift. Horn
Oh,
coming out,
and-
looking for the lock
yep.
up. Flashed away from, nice stun by Bubu to not die there. It's an 8k gold lead at 15 minutes. This is the 500 minute mark. It happened
Yep.
again. It happened in every... Look, okay, this time it didn't happen in 5 minutes, so it's a bit more meaningful.
Oh, where's Ganku going? What was
He's
that?
just, he wants blue buff.
He's just chilling. Oh, it was to base.
They lost the red ward.
Oh no.
Where's it been
I
put?
need to place it somewhere else or something. What?
Yeah, he did.
Ugh.
Was he
Oh yeah, he placed it in that bush in the top lane.
on the top lane?
so it's- Yeah, look, there it is.
That blue buff has still not been taken, by the way.
No, it hasn't. And also Ganko didn't reset. That was slightly odd. Oh well.
I think
Well-
I can describe a lot of this game. Yo,
Well,
teleport
TPM.
teleport in.
Oh, is. Go on, BB.
What is...
What?
I'm fascinated. I'm
hmm.
entranced.
So
They
Oh, there's
it
a
to
fight,
the
there's a
plane,
fight.
The teleport flank finally goes through. The polymorph comes out. Rector half health, but everyone else on Element is holding firm. Meeting going in. One kill already to the Element side, but they have found hemostatus dropping very low. But then
Get a kill?
TPM is here. They found no kill yet. Triple kill to Ganko. It's
is that a penta? A penta over to Kyanko. Just a random fight in the
what
top
am I watching?
jungle. A perfect game. Man alive. I don't really know how to analyze that one, to be completely honest. Yeah, they're just sort of
I
they're just
kinda
too far
wanna-
behind.
I kind of want to go. I'm not going to replay it. I wish I had a replay ops because I need to see what
Yeah.
happened. I mean, obviously they found the flank
How did-
onto hemostatus. They tried. To
Yeah,
pick
they
him up,
almost
but
almost got Hemostasis down, but I think through the kind of heal, the wild growth, and all
Smart
the
locket
shielding.
purchase as well.
Yeah, exactly. Smart locket purchase. Just kind of was able to survive, and the other side of things, yeah, Grievous was just kind of being torn apart by the rest of the squad. So yeah, in the end, a wipe, a pentakill for Gyanko. They have Void Staff.
Why was there a pentakill in this game, Dom?
Yeah,
when
from a
did-
Talia as well.
Do you
Like
reckon?
when
I think we might see 2 pentakills this game. I don't know. It's been a bit odd. This game's been a bit weird. I feel like we might see a second one.
Maokai Penta, maybe.
Ooh, I'm
I
thinking.
feel like
I'm thinking it's an Ornn penta.
an
Coming
Ornn Penta. Okay, yeah. No, that makes sense. Ornn is
Has-
going to. Yeah, I mean, will
Look,
almost be
I
level
don't-
13. So
We'll be able to upgrade the item soon. Yeah, it's
yeah.
15 million. It's not even like. It's not even like a hand scan. It's like a. That happens, by the way. Just Ganka can just do that. Just get
Yeah.
hit by a single seismic shot.
It's like-
You are toast.
They just have no range. You know it's so
Oppressive.
it's
Right?
just so tricky. Yeah, like how are they supposed to approach any of these kind of fights? It really does feel like, you know, I don't want to. You know, you want to be kind of like relatively positive, but I do think that this.
Okay,
Oh, hang on a
Milan
minute.
looking for the
Milan-
engage is dead.
Yeah.
So is Roman. But Hook connects, kill, maybe perfect game.
One.
Yanko will not fall. The Lulu shields, the Lulu heals. Double kill over, and I thought they might find a kill, but it's just not gonna happen.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say at this point, yeah, I don't think any of Grievous are actually kind of like playing too terribly. It's just the team comp that they picked just doesn't. It just doesn't work, right?
Well-
You've got.
I mean, they are 1 kill a minute in a perfect game.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so there's obviously some like individual outplay going on. You can't like deny that. You know, the players for Elements are just kind of playing better. But like, yeah, you look at like what Elements have, and it's like you've got Lulu Aphelios, and then like engage from Ornn and Maokai, and like follow up from Talia, like roams from Talia as well. On the other side, it's like, what have
Against
you
like
got?
a static Shiv Corki, a Rise,
Right,
a
a Rise,
Lee Sin, a Vayne, and a
Elise-
Blitz.
right. Like, what are any of these
But they don't
champions
have- they don't have a
supposed to do?
Blitzcrank.
Yeah, no, there's no Blitzcrank. Because, like, yeah, what are these? All of these
Oh,
champions
no.
work really, really well.
Oh no.
Oh my
no.
word.
Alright, Flash heal saves Unique's life. But that's a lot of damage coming out from Inari.
Yeah.
Inari.
Yeah, all these champs work really, really well if they are built around. But they've all been picked,
You know what?
like,
You know what? If there's one thing I can say for Grievous International, they did last longer than Mad Lions.
they did. It's very true.
Lasted far longer than that CTR game as well. God, that was a real banger as well. I remember that was a back and forth one. You know,
Yeah.
it's always nice to have something a little bit lower energy at the end of the day.
Yeah, a little bit more calm.
Well, it's not calm,
I just,
but
like-
I just
I don't know. I think it's kind of chill because like you already kind of know that it's over.
It's like-
the kind of
it's-
atmosphere.
it's kind of
you don't have to be
Cocomelon,
serious.
you know.
Yeah.
Like things just happen on my screen, and I'm like,
Yeah.
Roman DJ here is just like dancing strawberries to me.
It's just where it's like it's at this point where I understand.
Okay, maybe the
most.
kick onto Genko.
Oh.
Never mind.
Oh.
Inari is there, and Blitzcrank is dead.
Yep. 140 gold.
What? Can we
Free
get some
items.
replay on that, please?
20 more minutes.
We need to get instant replay on what just happened there.
Yep. Here we go. So, Blitzcrank goes in, dead, and then the slow mo. Oh, that's horrible. And you can see here, the moment they do that, what does Inari do? Upgrades Gyanko's item.
That's big.
That's me. Oh,
Hold on.
oh,
Can we
more?
lock those on?
What is?
It's a.
It's a solo queue game.
It's 24. And well, how many solo queue games do you see with 0 kills? I think.
It's happened before.
I think this
guess.
This is like Vitality against like Fnatic, dude. It's
Oh,
not even close.
There it is. Talia, like Yanko is just landing like blind ease, and
It's
like
just they're
it's
just
like,
lining up.
there's another one. Oh wait, this is it, right? This is just the game.
This has to be game.
I thought we would have more time to chat, but Elements just want to end the game, I
There
guess.
is one team with 26 kills.
Yeah,
Well, Elements, congratulations for
winnable,
the
winnable,
first
winnable.
perfect game I've ever seen in the EAL. Not
Well,
jinx it.
don't say it just yet. Yeah, don't.
No, it's
no,
fine.
there it is. It's a perfect game. Every Drake, every Herald, no kills, didn't drop a tower.
Hold
I think
on.
maybe
I
people wanna play-
won't blame them too bad, but I want to see something. Okay, they did hit
I
the
think
turret.
they got. Yeah,
They
I
didn't
think
get. They
Yanko
didn't.
might have
They
got a
didn't. They didn't get plate. They didn't get plate
Did they not get a plate?
because that's less than 100 health off it, right?
Red
Oh,
team's turret
okay.
has been
Yeah, yeah,
Well,
yeah.
What a game to end it out on.
So that was a game of League of Legends.
That was, I think,
Um,
the first flawless game of League of Legends in the EAL.
Yeah,
Um,
well played to Elements. Commiserations to Griefers. Yeah.
well, what a way
Unfortunate.
to round out my way.
It's gotta
back into
bounce.
the year. We had a little bit of everything. We had a banger game in the Pills
Yeah, we
versus CTR. We had this game that I've seen. We had a whole bunch in between. But unfortunately, we don't have any more tonight. So thank you so much, everyone, for watching. It's been a real pleasure to be back. A bit of a weird one to end on, but still, absolute pleasure to be involved again with the EAL. Hopefully, I'll be back a little bit more. I've got a little bit more free time in my hands to see if I can do some producing, see
Nice,
if I can
nice.
do some casting. But it was a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to cast with you as well, Dom.
Oh, of course. Yeah, thank you very much. Pleasure casting with you as well. Bit of a throwback to the previous seasons. Yeah, hopefully, I mean, we'll be back next week for another week of the EAL once again. I apologize that I, off the top of my head, don't know what the schedule actually looks like, but as always, it's certified to be an absolute banger. So
And I'll let you do the honors of closing us out, as
oh,
you are the
well.
more permanent host at this point. So you go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll give it a go. I'll give it my best shot. Here we go. Okay. Thank you very much for watching. It's been some really good games, and I hope you enjoyed as much as we did. And we will see you next week, same time, for the 5th week of EAL. I will see you next week.